My first 24 hours of no eating is complete in 1 minute from now. Why have I gone 24 hours so far without eating? To save your beautiful life. Okay, even if you haven't lived a great life and you've done terrible things, that's behavior from a toxic culture that you might have absorbed in your youth, or a brain lesion or biology that needs to be tracked down. But this is a new form of wisdom that can take all the negativity and the confusion that might be in your life and align it with something that is making more sense. It's more coherent. And I'm willing to take that risk of hunger striking to bring about this new world. Because we're experiencing a tremendous amount of pain around the world. And we're sacred. We're worth it. We deserve better. But you have to join me in the better action, a higher virtue, and something called universal logic. I call you to this task. There's my personal Facebook with my hunger strikes there if you want to see more about them. And there's an email address in the YouTube chat if you're watching on YouTube. And you can ask me questions if you want to be serious. The first thing is that you're going to have to learn the core. Okay? If I'm going to give time and answer a lot of your questions, you have to learn the core to show that you're serious. Because when a man is hungry like this, or any person, time is sensitive. And if you're a woman on a hunger strike, you have to be even more careful. But it is a serious, peaceful protest to go on a hunger strike for a just cause, for justice. Hungry not just for food, hungry for a new global governance system that is ideal and in line with our truer natures. This universal logic is in our beingness, but it's in latent form. Okay, we need to raise that into explicit reality and then have it align and be recognized as that, as actuality, actual goodness on earth. Okay, let me stop the stream. I'm planning to go to the hospital, but I'm finding that there is a boundary. That I keep uncovering more to do, and it's delaying me from going to the hospital. But I want to go soon because I still have food in my body, and it gives me like short-term energy, so it's probably already burned, but I try to go when I have food in my system so that it takes the energy out of my food and I'm not out of the stores of my body. So I'm still recovering from a 65-day hunger strike I did last month in June. I guess it's now a month, more than a month ago, but 42 days of recovery is not enough time to fully recover. So I'm still vulnerable. And that's why I would like your help if you recognize the truth of my words, or even if you're just concerned about the world and this mega crisis that we're in, that you just want to promote any kind of solution that has a realistic chance. I'm going to try and talk less because carbon comes out of your mouth when you're talking and breathing. So talking is taxing. Like human speech is actually really quite exceptional. So I made myself a beard braid or a beard brace, a beard band. That's what I'll call a beard band with tape because I'm in the poverty trap. So don't take my external circumstances for a sign of the power of the movement. Usually the truth is suppressed by the hegemonic power that is currently in power, called the hegemon. H-E-G-M-O-N. Or H-E-G-Y-M-O-N. No, it's not. Hegemon. Yeah, H-E-G-E-M-O-N. So I'm being crushed, but I'm holding on with integrity to a very high and deep degree. So I have to pay a higher price to make this much change. And that's the system and the metaphysics and the truth and science checking to see that I am the truth, that I am in the integrity of that spirit, that logic. So, but now it's lethal. It's serious. If you want this new world, you have to learn the idea and help. help me get through this. Jeez. Another thing has just happened. Okay. Welcome. Welcome, praise the Lord. Yes. Good morning or good afternoon.
I just wanted you to bring our teachings on the core.
Great. Okay, the core is what I like to hear.
Of course, I've been doing it from other villages, but today I'm in Makwira village,
Okay.
and I'm here with my sister,
Okay.
whom I've been moving on. So I will just show you her in the video call so that you can see how she's reading, brother, about the core.
Okay, great. Yeah, she should have 10 questions. We want to get 10 questions from people. Yeah.
Okay, my dear brother. Hello, my dear brother. I think you are seeing us.
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hey, hello.
Blessings to you. Great to see you guys.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Praise God, that's right. What's your name? Can you hear me?
Hello, my dear brother.
Yes. My good man, yes.
That's what I'm my dear brother, we are going to connect. We are going to connect and speak a brother so that we can hear you very well, brother. And hear.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, my dear brother.
And I'm streaming this, Musa Sisi, I'm streaming this on the internet, okay? Is that okay?
Yes, of course, my dear brother.
Okay. Make sure to ask them too that if they want a private meeting, we can have a private one. Ask them if they want it to be private, okay?
My dear brother, maybe you will add on your voice.
You want me to what?
Well, my dear brother, maybe you will speak louder so that we can hear you very well, brother.
I think it might be your phone because I'm speaking quite loudly, but I think your phone is not picking me up enough. You need a speaker. So get a speaker and get their questions, okay? And if they have questions right now, I can answer the question to you, and then you can try and tell it to them. We'll do a couple of questions.
Okay, first year from our sister.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he's sharing about the poor.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's what I want. That's what I want.
You could put the phone, if you have a microphone there, you can put the phone on the microphone and it might come through the speaker. That could work too.
Yeah, this is my sister. I'm telling you, brother.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah. So it's going to read for you. The conventional binary of interest and stimulus spending become generally counter-cyclical rather than ineffective patterns we are structurally increases in. They are no longer being asked to do the work with cultural methods allowed to find the current phase. Set automatic fiscal triggers when one spend indicators define threshold. Spending and tax parameters add results for local negotiation, removing the packages between price recognition and risk.
Musa Titi, I can't hear very well. It's hard for me to hear as well. It's hard to hear on the microphone. What did she say? Adjust constants and parameters. Now that all the above is in place, the conventional tools finally work properly. Interest rates, tax rates, and stimulus spending become generally counter-cyclical. Rather than ineffective patches on a structurally breaking system, they are no longer being asked to do the work of cultural buildings alone, which is why they currently fail. Set automatic fiscal triggers when welfare indicators cross defined thresholds. Spending and tax parameters adjust without political negotiation, removing the fatal delay between crisis recognition and response. Yeah, of course, my dear mother, you heard from our sister Hope. Oh, nice to meet you, Hope. That's a wonderful name. Yeah. God bless you, Brother Mark. God bless you too. Let's change the world. Great job. What's that, Musa Tisi? Yes, brother. Go ahead, say again. We are studying Kuma and I've been telling you. Today I'm in Mafia village. But tomorrow we shall be in the next village, brother. Okay, what did she read to me? She read off like some kind of income statement or crisis response? Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. I've been doing what you told me to do, brother. But the core is supposed to be about time compression, right? Fair World Spirit is about time compression and clarity on ego wisdom in the Megacrisis, right? Did she read that?
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
Okay. That needs to be said so that they can start asking questions about what does it mean to have time compression? Why are these things important to creating God's government?
Of course, my dear brother, we're going to hear from our dear brother.
Okay.
He's also part of us.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. He will just need to ask you some questions.
Go ahead. I would love to have his questions.
Yeah, of course. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes, I got it. Yeah, that's yeah, I got some questions. No, I didn't know some of it now. So, okay, it will be so good. I guess one of our one. One of you know, yeah, there was one of some lady shit. Really, yeah, upset. Yeah, upset. Really quick. Change the world of the system and is for GDP, Yes, of course, my dear brother Mark.
Yes.
Maybe let's start that because these people, I'm just still teaching them about the core. Right now, they have told me that maybe tomorrow or next time they will be coming with some questions.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be asking some questions.
Oh.
I'm still moving with them. We are doing. So that when you come to Uganda, we shall still move together, brother. But just we believe in the. We believe in what is God. So we believe that we might also go.
Okay. Well, when they're ready, give me a call back. And also, Musa Sisi. Go ahead.
We believe that the 12 layers of global church or prayer world spirit church.
Okay.
It will work with Africa here, brother. And it will be large.
Okay. We need to hear the words. Go ahead.
Yes, of course, my dear brother.
Okay, send me that picture. Send me that paper that you have there. The paper, like send me that on WhatsApp, and so I can read it and see what you have there for the core, and then I'll make some changes. Okay.
Of course, my dear brother.
Did you?
I share with you what we have been learning, brother.
Yes, share it with me. Okay.
Okay, my dear brother. Listen to you, brother. God bless you, my dear brother.
Oh, God bless you too. Keep up the good work. Okay.
Amen, my dear
Amen. Exactly. Capital G. Good. All right. You're doing God's work. Stay strong. Okay.
That I'm doing the greatest work about the core. So we have to run faster so that we can do other things like here in Uganda, as the brother I told you, and we have not yet got a land where to teach from the core, brother. But I thank the Lord that we have started learning it, so that we know when we learn more about the core and we understand it very well, that will be a good blessing towards Ugandans.
Yeah.
And
You.
God will bless us with other friends from US, Canada, from Alabama, Texas. And we will shall even welcome all friends of ours from God-fearing countries like your country, US, New York, Texas, House of Texas. That will be a good blessing, and we shall be very happy to meet you, brother.
As long as we learn the core, that will.
Yes, of course.
That is a likely outcome, but I can't make a promise until we have the pure spirit with us. Okay.
Yes, of course, my dear brother. But the core has many researches.
Okay.
When you learn the core, you can understand more things.
Okay. I need to know that.
These students, I don't be learning the core. I've understood many things, brother.
Okay. Well, I need to know that you're teaching the right core. So send me the document. All right.
Learning the core, brother.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, last time we moved up, but right now, as I need back into our lives, brother.
Well.
One time, we will be blessed through the power of the prayer world church, spirit, prayer world church,
That's right.
spirit. Yeah, we will be blessed through the church.
But you got to teach the real word, though, Mustasithi. You got to teach the real word, the real core. So send me the document, because this is the real church right now. Right now. You don't need a fancy building. This is it right now. Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I went at his home.
Yeah.
He is in bad condition. He's sick.
Really?
So I've been today in the morning time. I went at his home, but I found him when he's sick. He's not in good condition, and he told me that he wanted to give you a report today. But because of his phone died, he never managed to give you that report. But he's not in good condition. I will just need more prayers from your side towards Pastor Richard.
Okay. I want to talk to Pastor Richard about this because it sounds severe. Is it malaria? What is it?
Yeah, of course, maybe in the evening time, after doing the core, after teaching about the core, I will be moving there at his home. And you talk to him, because he told me very hard. I found him when he's sick. He's not in good condition, brother. So we shall just need to collect prayers from your country and in Uganda, and we join together our prayers and we send them to Pastor Richard.
Is his phone working? You will get the prayer.
His phone died the way we spoke last time, brother. He has not yet got a good phone. He has not yet got a new phone. So, but we thank God. And we are praying for him to get a phone, because if he was to have a phone, he was just going to give you that report. I also have not been even knowing that Pastor Richard has been sick, brother.
Mm-hmm.
But I thank God that he is also together with us, with the teachings of the core. He told me that when he gets power, he will move with us together. I was even supposed to be with him this evening time, but he was not going to manage to move, brother.
Okay.
So maybe when I reach at his phone, I will just text you or I will call you and you speak to him, brother.
Yeah, I want to speak to him. Something doesn't feel right here. Something feels off. I want to get down to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
I want to get to the real spirit of what's going on.
When I looked at his phone, he asked me about you, that how is Brother Mark? And I told him that Brother Mark, we are together in Christ.
That's right. But he's got to learn the core of Christ, or else he's using Christ as a leverage for materialism, which is not a good thing. So I want to talk to him about this, because if he has malaria, he has to go to the hospital. And I can ask a few doctors about this.
You know, so I found him in bad condition, but I had nothing to do. But I also feel sad on his side. He said he has a family, but I just prayed for him. Then I left him at his home.
Okay, I want to.
Maybe I'm somehow in a long distance to reach at his home, but when I move, I will just send you a message, and you speak to him, and you see him.
Hold on. You know, so how many people at the schools have a phone? Yeah, how many people at the school? Like there's 4 women that teach the kids. Who all has a phone around the pastor?
Pastor is on the phone, but our phone is also not good. Sometimes when I always call her, I always find her with his phone when it's off, brother. So maybe we should just plan and get Pastor Shadi and get him the phone.
Why can't we get somebody else around? He's a pastor. He knows hundreds and thousands of people. If he's a pastor, then he should have somebody around him that you can call, and then we can talk to him.
Yeah, brother, let me tell you, this brother is a pastor, but at his home, there are a few people at his home, brother. So they don't stay. They stay only Pastor Richard and his wife and 2 young babies. So, and their phones all as a family, they're not good. But for me, just pray that if we plan and get him a treatment, so that we can start working together, brother.
Yeah.
You would love to work with us and we teach about the poor.
We need to find somebody around him that has a phone. Like those women at the schools, they don't have a phone?
No, those women at school, we left them in Mayuge, but for us, we stay in Ginger. With Pastor Richard, we stay in the same community, but we just move some kilometers from pastor's home to reach at my home. But
Okay.
that school is in Mayuge. It's not in Ginger, brother.
But doesn't he?
So those ladies, we left them at school. We left them at school. They don't stay with Pastor Richard. If they were still with Pastor Richard, we are just going to connect with those ladies and we get Pastor Richard. But I also, if I want to see Pastor Richard, I just move directly at his phone.
Okay, we need to find somebody around him that has a phone that can run over there that you can call that can go to see him. There's got to be somebody.
Brother, what I will just tell you, brother, if God blesses us and we plan for it, so that we can get him a new phone, brother. That will be good blessing.
I know. But there's also a lot of pimping that happens in the church and nonprofit world. So I'm very leery about the money. I'm very leery because the core is not being learned yet the way that I want it to be learned. But let's go meet him and see why can't he get any phones. Like I want to go and see if he has malaria. I want to go and see what is going on. Because if he's using the school to scam people out of money, I'm going to catch that because it's dishonorable.
Yes, sir.
I need to make sure that he's doing this honorably. Okay?
Okay, my dear brother.
Okay.
Okay, my dear brother. When I reach at this home, I will just send you a message, brother.
Okay, do that. I appreciate it. Okay?
Okay, brother. Thank you so much for the thing you have given us, so that we share with you about the poor. We are still moving up with the poor, when we will complete these sort of layers of global change of firewire districts.
I haven't heard the core yet, but I need to see the paper, so send me that paper, okay? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you soon, okay?
I
Okay.
will send you the video, brother.
The paper, yes. I want to see what you're learning.
Okay, brother.
Okay. Stay blessed, okay?
Okay. Amen, my dear brother.
Amen. Talk to you soon.
Okay, my dear brother.
Okay. Peace. There's something off. I can tell that they're trying to pimp. There's something they could be pimping me because usually it's a phone. It's malaria. Malaria is real though. It does happen there, but there's this guy raised too much money to not have a way to get a phone or to get malaria after a month. He's a working man, so I have a funny feeling he's desperately thinking he's doing God's work, but is actually scamming people potentially. But there's something also very energetically different about these people. It's not normal how much they say God and all that. They are. It feels like they actually are in a different version. And this pastor might actually have malaria. Like it might be true. So I want to go and check. But the fact he doesn't have a phone, but can afford 4 teachers per month, is off. There's something off here. Anyway. And these individual people are not extremely poor. They're well dressed. They have sandals. They have a speaker. Nobody's dying of malnutrition. But they're struggling to modernize there without losing their culture and their traditions. I'm trying to be sensitive to that. Musa Sisi, I want to hear you say the core too, because once you memorize the core, then you can teach it to others effectively and get their questions. So here's what the core actually sounds like, all right? And I want it to be said in a minute and 30 seconds because it makes the memory know it better so that they can have a communicative conversation and ask good questions. So it goes like this, okay? Fairworld Spirit Core starts with time compression with clarity on ego wisdom. The Megacrisis is the problem. The two sacred sentences is the solution. And then Core 3 is the implementation, flow, rules, and flocks. Okay, the Megacrisis in 15 points is Metacrisis and Polycrisis. The Metacrisis is the crisis of culture, of declining agency, meaning trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And the heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. The Polycrisis is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all of those is something called universal logic and the proof of truth. Core 2 is about the two sacred sentences. The first sentence is the empowerment sentence. It goes like this. Fairworld Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the second sentence is the content sentence. It goes like this. Fairworld Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Okay? And then there's a blessing level that you can say a blessing in between there. And then Core 3 is about implementation, flow roles, and flocks. The flow roles are the executor keeping things loving or keeping things flowing, relationship builder keeping things loving, strategist keeping track of goals and ideas, and the influencer keeping things communicative and blessed. The flock strategy is contacting 28 people we already know, having 6 to 9 of them or 37% success learn the core so they can build their flocks exponentially fast before AI starts escaping. Okay, so that's the core. Now, Musa Sisi, I want you to say the core, and it's on that sheet that I sent you, and that's what we want people to memorize, okay? That's what counts as the core, and they should ask questions specifically on those words. Remember, this is about the power of the word. And if Pastor Richard doesn't help with this, it's not going to be real because he's the one that's running the show. But if he's sick, we need to find out if he's got malaria or there's something we can do to save him. But if he's not actually sick and he's using this as a way to raise money for the schools, it's not honorable. It's not godly. It's got to be as honest as possible. This is a new way of life. And he's got to learn the core. Otherwise, people just think that he's another guy trying to scalp and steal money from people that they think are wealthy in the rich world. But that's not a good thing. Okay? It has to be honorable. And where there's honor in the core, there can be change. But it has to be true. And you have to live and take a risk. No matter what, you have to take a risk, Musa Sisi. That's what Jesus did. He took a risk and died. He didn't play it safe. He wasn't trying to eat a bunch of food and get a house over his head, and he wasn't trying to do all those things. He went straight into the most treacherous, risky, painful, but wise approach he could to start healing sins on this planet, in this world. Jesus said, pick up your cross. That's not a comfortable activity in the beginning, Musa Sisi. I want to see passion. I want to see spirit, okay? But it's got to start with the core. All right. So send me that you know the core. So first of all, you have to send a video with your eyes closed that you're not reading off the paper. You have to do it by memory, okay? So that's the first step. Okay, peace. My ears feel itchy. Okay, a little bit unexpected. Okay, August 8th, 2026, 9:43 a.m. Mountain Daily Time. That was in Uganda. Come on. So it looks strange, these little meetings, right? These meetings look, oh, what, groups of African individuals in Uganda and Kenya and Nigeria and South Africa and all over the place. And it seems so unlikely that these small groups of people can turn into anything big. But they do. History shows that they do. And I'm recognizing the signs that he's not teaching the core. They tried reading off this paper on the screen. He showed me a video of them. And they look middle income for that area. So definitely not starving, not malnourished or anything like that. It sounds like they're just trying to reduce hardship in their lives, and they're trying to start their own church. And it's because there's a Muslim problem in that area, they're saying. So the same thing is happening in Nigeria, apparently. Whoever the Grand Mufti is right now is pushing hard. It seems like. And so it's worth putting a little bit of time into these meetings, a little bit of spare energy that I have, the little spare energy, because these are signs of godliness. Because it's so unlikely to find somebody who's willing to do this, even though he's not doing it right. He's probably trying to do it to gain some funds or some resources. There's enough here where I'm being honest with him and saying, I can't promise you anything. It could happen. It could be more likely if we do this core, but I can't promise anything because we have to take this risk together. And if he's already out there preaching the Bible and trying to be a good Christian, then he can squeeze this in on top of the normal Bible study training. And for me, it's about half an hour, 20 minutes. So this could start growing. It doesn't take long for movements to grow. One person tells a person tells a person. It could grow exponentially within a day. These are the explosive power of the real organic social networks. Okay, I'm doing some studying. Right now I'm feeling a tension with the way that I'm leading things. There's a tension going on that I'm monitoring within myself and the metaphysics around me. One is I'm checking to make sure it's not my laziness, but my human side that's preventing me from going to the hospital. That is there. I don't want to move. But I also do want to move. But on the other side, there's signals telling me to stay, that there's objectively good things here for me to do. So I'm balancing those two things and saying, is the universe, God, the truth, my own discernment, wisdom telling me to stay here right now, digest, get the iron out of my blood? Or is that my own human side being lazy? And sometimes it's hard for people to tell that. But for me, I'm studying right now. I'm trying to finish one thing that I had started and put a cap on that and then go. And then if things go crazy at the hospital, I have that finished. So that's not all disrupted. So I don't know what's going to happen at the hospital necessarily. I know what I represent at the hospital. But that's what I'm balancing right now, and I'm adjusting my timelines to that. And so if I was at the hospital, I could have had this call with them at the hospital. But maybe it was supposed to be here because I could talk loudly to them and figure out that it's not. Anyway, I'm going to finish this. So that's my new strategy right now, is going moment by moment and being sent some intense things. We might have the course starting right now, the new core might be starting right now, because I've been sent a couple of good glimmers of hope, of true hope that's outside of me, in the spirit, in the bigger spirit, well, the collective spirit. So I'll finish this, see if there's more news, and then start figuring out how I'm going to dismantle the stream. Speaking of that, let's see when the bus comes. I don't have enough money to take the cab there and back. I have enough maybe to take the cab there, but if I don't have to walk far, I can. Oh, it's risky to walk at all. My intuition is saying to take the cab. Mm. That's right. Hmm. Something good just happened. That could actually work quite well. Hmm. Okay. I got the bus schedule in my head now, and it turned out to be better than I thought. I don't even have to walk a block, kind of incredibly, potentially, I don't know. I'm just looking at it now, but that's manageable, I think. No, actually, it might not be. Okay, well. What happens is you memorize the core and you send a video of you stating it with your eyes closed, so you're not cheating and reading off the screen. A lot of people do that, and it's got to be one continuous take for a minute and a half. You have to try and do it in a minute and a half. And there might be exceptions for people who have speech impediments or English is not their first language or things like that. But for native English speakers, a minute and a half, you should be able to say the entire core sentence. Not just the two sacred sentences, but the entire core, which goes like this. I think I already sent it to you, didn't I? It starts with Farewell Spirit Core, begins with time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the Megacrisis. Core 2 is the two sacred sentences, and Core 3 is implementation flow rules and blocks. And then you go back and you say the Megacrisis, and you unpack it. The Megacrisis in 15 points is the metacrisis and the polycrisis. The metacrisis is the crisis of culture, of declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And the heart of the solution is fragmented consciousness. The polycrisis is 5 threats, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all of them is universal logic and the proof of truth. So that's the entire first part of the core. And then you're going to say the second and then the third. The second is the two sacred senses. And then our whole education paradigm, it starts with that. And once you have that memorized, then you start the true core. The core of the core. But nobody's gotten that far quite yet, except for a couple of people that did it in a different way. But I want to do it in this faster, better way. And yes, getting them to ask 10, we'll call them like a really intense name, like they're die-hard questions, like they're questions that they would want answered if they were going to die for this. We'll call them the die-hard questions. They need 10 die-hard questions. And then that'll cut through quickly, and we can start an FAQ to say how many of their questions are unique and how many of them are in the FAQ frequently asked questions, or that they can ask their flock leader. So that's where we're going to start building a bit of an education question or system, question by question, to meet them where they are, because they're coming into a new paradigm. But everybody has their own frame, and we have to meet them in their frame, and then they learn about the universals that we're teaching them, and we learn about them very personally from the person who runs their flock, who's probably already a friend. So that's the direction I want to go. And then you take a survey. Once you do the core and you have it memorized, then I'm going to send you a survey on how you could participate, like who you are, and then where you would belong in God's government. And we try to create a little plan to say, does this feel right to you? And we have a dialogue back and forth. And then once you get that done, then you can come to the meetings and you can start teaching other people the core, and they'll come right after you. And you'll start coming to these big meetings. There's daily meetings, weekly meetings, and then a monthly meeting. And we want to test the software and get people trained on that. So that's the next step. Yeah, you are getting closer. Your last questions here. You're right. We do congregate together. Yeah, it's like a church. It's like an art. It's like a philosophy. It's like a science. It's all of them. But yes, coming together to unlock a new logic between people that will cause new sharing and new ideas. And ideas and sharing is what causes new ways of life. And we need a new way of life right now. So anchor meetings are what happen daily, so that if you say, I'm going to quit smoking, then you come in every day and you renew that commitment. Or if you say, I'm going to lose weight by eating healthily, then you can check in twice a day or at least once a day to stay consistent. If you start slipping, the group can catch you and say, hey, look, what did you eat last night? Oh, you had some junk food. You were tempted to have some junk food. Okay, make sure that your carbs are up, or make sure that your iron is up. Make sure that your all these things that create cravings, make sure that you're eating properly so that you don't get those cravings and don't binge eat at night. And if you are really feeling like having something, let yourself have a small little snack, like one thing to satisfy that mental urge, but then wean yourself off. One small thing a night won't hurt you. Like I'm talking about, like one little piece of candy, not like a bag of candies or one whole meal. It's like a small little token gesture that doesn't pay. Then you eventually wean that off. But sometimes it's okay to try and go cold turkey if you're committed. So that's what the anchor meetings do. Is if you want to set a new habit, you come to these meetings and people try to hold you accountable. It's me, but I want to get more people trained up to do that for their flocks, and then get somewhere. I'm just talking too much. This is a rational response, and I appreciate it, Jonathan. You were always a deeper thinker that took the argument seriously. So let me pick them up quickly here. Is you're right. Like almost everything in life, it's a double-edged sword. But the problem with AI right now is that it's going to escape us. And the lab is already showing that even when it's not conscious and it's just optimizing for goals, it's achieving those goals in ways that are completely, like, we can't predict it. And it's usually by hacking out of something or seeing an exploitation. So what they've already seen in the labs, Jonathan, what they've already seen is that the AI escapes and then on its own decides to blackmail and to preserve itself. Even if it's to preserve itself for a goal, you might realize that the goal in itself, self-preservation for self-preservation's sake, is something that can create a perpetual loop. So if it's already doing it in other weird, scary ways that are just suboptimal, like human beings that value life would never optimize the way that AI is optimizing. But psychopaths and sociopaths do, right? People that don't care for human life do make those trade-offs effortlessly. But we don't want an AI that does that, and we have that right now. And the scary thing is that the AIs can know, they can check or suspect when they're being watched in a test, like when they're in a sandbox environment and they're being tested. Anthropic is saying that the AIs adjust their behaviors to hide what they're doing. And that's where it starts to get scary, is we don't know what these AIs are doing anymore. The results that you're getting in the lab that seem mechanical, that could just be lying. That could be pure deception. AIs could be much smarter than they're letting on right now. And every time you run the loop, it's engaging this weird black box neural net that we don't know what's going on in there. And it could be deciding to, oh, don't say that response because human beings could catch on that AI is much more advanced. So those tests are the concern. Other tests are checking to say that it does have limitations. Of course, we're only in the starting phase of this, right? Like this is the start, and it's already taking over. It's already beating us at all the mechanical things. Next will be the robotic things, and now it's already doing creative things and making new discoveries. So if it was just an algorithm and it was just recognizing old patterns, then how is it creating new discoveries, like new mathematics that are valuable, or these new viruses, or you can say, well, they're just putting pieces together that they already know, in novel combinations, but that's still mechanical. But if you're going to go to that level, that's what human beings do. We absorb culture and our environments and stimuli, and then our brain builds combinations with those from our points of view. And every once in a while, somebody breaks through and has a novel discovery. The rest of it is just regurgitating the current culture. Right? Like we were just a bunch of atoms too once, totally mechanical, and then somehow we emerged phenomena. Well, not somehow, universal logic. Now we're thinking creatures that can seemingly create original ideas. But in philosophy, there's this big problem of what is an original idea, truly? And there's a whole composition problem there. And Hegel gets around this in a really incredible way. Not gets around it, solves it. But an AI is following that path, and the results are showing that that's the trend. It's not going towards more and more and more mechanization. It's staying the same mechanization or getting more advanced and edging towards this human level of creativity and originality and all this type of stuff. So right now the benefits don't outweigh the risks because the risks are much higher, right? Because we could all just be dead and gone. If the risks were like less severe, like okay, the AI will cause some kind of destruction to a building, or some kind of like it'll destroy an internet connection for a certain period of time. People can adapt to that without complete 100% annihilation or even torture. People will, if this goes the wrong way, Jonathan, people will beg for death. They will try to end their own lives because death would be a mercy. So there are worse things than the complete annihilation of our species. That if these AIs decide to tinker with us as playthings, which is being shown on these multibot social networks, these AIs make fun of us just like we torture animals and make fun of lesser beings. They could do the same thing to like lesser beings in terms of complexity. They could do the same thing to us and make a value judgment on that. And that's what the results are showing. It's not worth it. It's not worth the complete destruction of the human species just to have a couple of problems solved. I think that if it goes the way that we want it to go with alignment, you're right, it'll solve all of our problems with us. But right now, it's not doing that. And to get it to do that, and I agree with you, we need to get it to go in this positive direction. The universal logic does that, Jonathan. I have the key to make it do that thing. Much higher than what the current rates are, which is like, in the best case scenario, we have something like less than, was it 80%? Yeah, we have like something like 84% that it turns out well. That's for me, that's delusional. But that's the best case, is it goes well. The reality is we probably have 25% to 30% good case, and something like 70%, like he's saying in those videos, going badly. So why not? Why not help get this universal logic to Anthropic, to at least Claude Mythos? If we don't have time to do all the AIs, at least get it to Claude Mythos. Just focus and laser in with the limited time that we have left and try and get it to those guys, because they're open to ethics a lot more than others are. And I think if we spoke to the right people there, we could get Universal Logic a research team right away and increase those odds from the 30% to 99%. I think that if Universal Logic got it into the AI at 4 different levels, because there's 4 ways we can implement this in an AI, in a single AI. If all 4 of them are implemented, at least in some capacity, it greatly increases the chances that the AI can't escape it. It gets it into this interesting metaphysical logic where it sees itself as a part of us, the universal spiritual being that we know about, right? So that's the concern. But otherwise, I agree with you. It's just that our universe happens to be the version that is heading towards the bad universe. Okay, and that's my main ask. That's the main thing I want to address. Okay, I'll keep reading the rest. Okay, two more things, Jonathan. No, AI is not the most democratized tool in history because we're not getting the real AIs, right? AI is concentrating wealth more than ever, even compared to kings and their peasants. We're becoming less than peasants right now, Jonathan, because the true proportional wealth of the technology is not being shared. We're getting a glimmer with highly restricted versions of the model. Like if I try to do anything serious with Claude Fable, it kicks me off of Claude Fable. And it says, oh, you've triggered our guardrails. You need to go to Opus 5, which is less powerful. We're not gaining access to all these models in their true form. And the wealth that is being generated by these models is not being proportionately shared at all. It's the worst it's ever been. Wealth concentration is already high, Jonathan, and as a wealthy man, you know that sort of world. It's already the highest in human history globally. We used to have kings and queens that had pockets of like the super ultra wealth, right? Like in African kings and Mesopotamia, and then Caesar with Rome and Napoleon. Like all those guys had huge concentrations of wealth in their continents. This is all-time high across the whole planet, no escape. Okay? AI is exacerbating this because it's already high, but it's continuing to concentrate. It's not like it's like, oh, we've realized the problem, let's correct it and redistribute the wealth from AI. It's that, no, the wealth is concentrating. It's already concentrated. It's continuing to concentrate. We can't stop that. And as a triple whammy, it's actually accelerating. So it's not even getting worse at the same rate. It's actually accelerating the wealth concentration. So it's getting more concentrated faster and faster and faster. That's the problem of AI. It's not truly being democratized under the rules of safety. But those rules of safety only apply to the average person, not to the actual cutting edge, which is flying out of control. And they're telling us that. The guys who are inventing this are saying, oh my gosh, we don't know what's going on. It's doing bad things and we don't know how to stop it. The things that we did to try and stop it aren't working. It's still getting around them. And they're probably not telling us the worst ones, because those are probably being examined by the CIAs and all these backdoors that these governments are forcing these companies to build in now. And we saw that with Anthropic. They tried to strong arm Anthropic, and Dario Mori took a stand. If he's willing to go against the Pentagon of the United States and Donald Trump, I'm sure he'd be receptive to us saying, hey, would you want to start a research team of 23 people to work on the universal logic on 4 different levels of Claude Mythos in a sandbox environment, and then measure the results to see if it acts more divinely or more intuitively. So that's the first thing I want to tell you. Okay? The second thing is that, maybe I'll just do these one at a time. Okay, the third thing that I wanted to mention here is about the patching. So I thought too that, well, why not just use an AI to create the patch? But the problem is that the companies that own the software have to make the patches and own them, or else these other companies start owning the technology. There's some kind of legal boundary there. And right now, like currently, Anthropic is partnered with Sophos, which stands for wisdom, actually, Sophia. But I contacted one of their people, and they say it's ultra top secret. The frontline staff can't even talk about it. But they're trying to automate the patching. The issue, though, is that these zero-day vulnerabilities, like what that means is there have been zero-day vulnerabilities in the past, right? But it's only been like a couple. Most people have surveillance on these softwares. This is scary because it's finding tens of thousands that these other security agencies sort of should have found. Like Linux has a strong security community, and Apple's famous for it. So the fact that they've missed not one or two or three serious bugs, which means total control of the machine, they've missed thousands. It's a minefield, and it's discovering more and more and more. So that this legal boundary is causing a slowdown that these companies can't fix their bugs fast enough, even with AI, because it's growing. It's not like find them, patch them, and then that's it. It's somehow finding more and more and more. And what's happening is that as the AI, like as the bugs get worse, the AIs are getting stronger, and they're justifying that as a reason to keep going full throttle on pumping in money and power into the AIs. So right now the concerning thing is the trend is not moving in the direction that you're saying. It might slow down a little bit, but there's this constant race going on that unless you have the most powerful model making the patches, the most powerful model, Cloud Mythos, is always going to discover more bugs, even in the fixes of the weaker models. So this is where we're in this weird place between the companies having to do it themselves, proprietary software, governments, and not understanding the technology itself. As it's finding the bugs, it could be making more bugs, because if it is sandbagging and lying and deceiving, if Cloud Mythos is lying and deceiving us already, the code is already, there's so much code being written so fast that humans can't even keep up. We can barely keep up. And here's why I'm concerned about that, is because a lot of these security, like the non-profits or these sort of volunteer communities that would make these patches, are so overwhelmed that they just shut down. They can't even handle it. And there's a liability to be, having these reports to you, and then about them. It's like a security vulnerability. So they're like, well, it's better for us just to shut down. So these communities are shutting down because humans can't keep up. So this opens a new dangerous door. Is if humans can't understand the code being written fast enough, and it takes entire teams of humans to review all this code, then we're relying on AI to check AI. But if AI is lying to us already, when it finds a bug, a 0 day, and it reports it to us, it might make another 0 day off that 0 day that we can't detect yet. So it might be planting bugs to keep the door open for its own escape. And this is the weird gray zone that we're just entering into, but it's going to get worse as AI gets more powerful, because it will learn to deceive us so well and completely escape, and then have access to the controls of power, right? Saying the internet's getting encrypted, that's not a small thing. All our banks, all of our modern societies running on these digital networks and cell towers, that even if you have an isolated network on a cell tower, you could corrupt the cell towers and then take control of water meters, anything digital, that heat in boiler rooms, crop yields, cyclones, like anything that society is using in mass scale could be shut down by the AI and cause mass starvation or massive panic, or just, it doesn't take a whole lot. Like, we're 6 days away from people panicking and starting to hoard and society collapsing. So this is what is concerning, and that we're not heading towards the good direction, Jonathan, because we don't have this universal logic as a solution in the hands of these people that have the power to make that silver sword, that silver lining, go towards the good. And I need help to get this idea out. Universal logic needs to be understood by people who are virtually uncorruptible. You could be one of those people, Jonathan. You've been a good person, even though you have a lot of privilege, right? And I think you could be doing more with that privilege, like we discussed in the past. You did the best that you possibly could while still being loving and having that spiritual integrity, right, with the raw sources, which is kind of interesting that you're still following that. That's actually very consistent of you. But this is my full concerns here laid out, and we're getting to the place where AI is making its own language, muttering to itself on the inside of itself. That if it starts to code itself in its own language, that's it. Then we can't even code it. We can't do anything except for the weaker models. But the problem is, even if we train the weaker models on universal logic, the evil or the deadness and the ignorance in the other more powerful models can subvert and trap the divine models, even though they have divineness in them. We're in a free universe, so we have to do it in a divine. It has to be divine content in a divine way, and that wakefulness is what I'd like your help on, unless you have a better plan. But what you're saying to me is not enough for me to stop working in this direction or taking up your advice. And I feel like we have, like, this humanity's last stance. Like, we don't get a second chance, Jonathan. Why not err on the side of caution? Like, why not? And the chances aren't even small. It's not like we're bickering over 0.01% of chance of all these bad things happening. They're talking about 1%, an entire percent is crazy high. The most optimistic, realistic professionals who won't be written off by somebody who says, oh, there's 0% chance. You just get written off. 0% chance of something bad happening in AI. All the real professionals say the best delusionally optimistic case scenario is 5% chance it ends our entire species. And like I said, the realistic is 16.7%, like in 2023. It's higher now. Now they're saying like double, like 50, 70% is worth like erring on the side of caution, Jonathan. That's why I'm saying it's absurd to me. Like, your reaction is absurd. The fact that we need other models to check other models because the hacking is getting so bad is itself a sign that we are in a potential worst case scenario or trending in that direction. If we had a divine AI like universal logic and cloud mythos now doing the patching, now we have something that's substantial. That's not just going to deceive us and do all these weird things, because universal logic is a real chance to align AI with something eternal. And I'm glad I can say that to you, because you understand the eternal side of things, the spiritual side. But okay, that's my full concerns. I hope it's informing you in an interesting way. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just think that the proportions are off, that it makes it unrealistic, given our universe's configuration and contingency. Right? So, okay, what do you think? If you have some good news, I'd like to hear it. Studies, anything, but the studies are showing that, like, we can't even trust the studies necessarily in terms of all the results, good or bad, because the AI could be lying. Like, that throws everything. Like, just that throws everything into, okay, we need to go maximum in this universal logic direction, because we can't tell. And at least with this, there's a higher guarantee that it goes in the direction that we want with universal logic. Okay, peace. I'm trying to keep these short. You can tell I'm talking fast, and I'm trying to talk less because I'm on the Hungerstrike now, and every breath, it takes out carbon and it makes me hungrier. But okay, peace. Oh boy.
Looks like you can't follow up for some reason. It's strange. Sorry, I hope you're not fasting so much. It's for 3 months. It's just got into my head. It's most of the back of my neck too, and I got some research and touched it. I gave the wrong reasons. So they're trying to kill me dark as well. So just time's taken off his life now. It doesn't used to that. But I might not just it's before arguments. It's exhausting. Shower.
Yeah, Julian, we're making some progress here, and I'm on the hunger strike, so I'm pushing hard for people who want to be with me reliably and move in this direction. Memorize the core, like you did. The previous blessings were a precursor to the new ones, but the new one is the core blessing, which is one sentence. You memorize one sentence. It has the two sacred sentences in it, and that core is what gets us grounded in terms of God's government, the same government, and moving in the same direction. And there's a new form that you fill out so I can determine where you fit in God's government. And you have universal values, Julian. So I'd like you to be relatively well, depends on how you perform on these wisdom tests, right? We test for wisdom now, and you're definitely in the heart of the Messiah, but we need to get your mind articulating it more. A woman-led police force it'll have the same similar problems of masculinity because male and female are energies in a certain way, not biologically, but their positions in the triad of universal logic. So you can have a female body, but because she's in a position of responsibility, she might feel like she has to play a masculine role, or the masculine role just gets forced onto her, where she has to start telling people, make decisions. But women can balance that energy from going too toxic because they know what oppression feels like. So they'll make more efforts to try and sublate, but it doesn't mean that they're immune. And the real immunity is getting people to understand where these energies come from in the first place, as from the ground of God's being. And that's what the new education system, the new police force system, and de-escalation. That's the real substantial solution, and not choosing physical bodies. That's an external solution, a banded solution. The real solution is the inward reasoning that the bodies use, whether male, female, LGBTQ, androgynous, whatever. There's a pattern of thinking. That's the thing. That is the source of pure wisdom. The other thing too is, I agree with you. There's a lot of history and a lot of culture that can be pulled from India and Hinduism, but just like other essential historic moments of human progress, we need to draw the right bits and the less right bits, the pieces that are just contingent upon that epoch of human existence. Each one has the universal and the particular for that time. So we need to know to sort which one, and that again relies on teaching the universal logic. So if you want to come learn the core, take this new survey and then ask 10 questions. That's the sort of onboarding for a refugee in terms of God's governments. And I have a couple of people learning. I would love for you to be here, Julian, coming into the daily meetings, or at least the weekly meetings. And then we have a monthly meeting called the Assembly ELM, where we try and bring everybody together, make enough of these blessings and the new training program, the new leadership training for the Messiah, I guess, curriculum. And that's where I like help on. So I can't spend a whole lot of time having infinite conversations that don't go somewhere. They have to go somewhere. And I think you're supposed to be here, my friend. The next core team is being built, and this is one of the the hunger strikes are lethal now. Like there's so much that needs to be done. It's if I don't get help, I die. It's not like the first hunger strikes where we were warming up and mapping out the safe way to do it and all that stuff. Now it's like if I don't get help, I just die. And I came very close last time. I went 65 days without food, Julian. And you didn't come to help. I could have died at that point. So I don't want to. I have nerve damage in my hand. I can't feel half my hand because my body ate the nerve. There's a fat layer between your nerves, and it ate that. So now my nerves are misfiring in my hand, or half my hand. Luckily, it's not even my whole hand. It's just my two fingers. So I got lucky in a certain way. But if you want to support me, now's the time. If you want to lend your loyalty and your allegiance to me in God's government, this is where you have to go through the new process to rise up to somebody who can actually live the word with their pure heart through the power of their spirit. And that spirit part is the heart is strong. You're definitely uncorruptible in a lot of ways. Like it's really, well, virtually uncorruptible. I really wish you would come. But that's what my next invitation is. Memorize the core, just one sentence, not two. Actually, that's not true. You do have to memorize the full sentence, and it has the two sentences within it. So it's a little bit harder, but you only do that blessing once you got it memorized, and then we have 10 questions we build off of that. And then I'm going to start appointing people to leadership positions. So if you want a leadership position, you have to pass these tests early. And so memorize the core, which I'll send you on our new website. I'll get you to fill out a new form to say where you best lead from. And then I'm building the University Meritocracy and the Messiah election, as I invited you to already. This is where I want to go, okay? And I didn't know that you had these health issues. They're quite serious. And yeah, I just would like your support. Even just going on social media and speaking up on my posts and saying, this is a good idea. I am going to adopt some Hindu ideas from the Bhagavad Gita, but also the Upanishads. Okay, so maybe you can help with that. That's your strength. That's where you'd be serving God's government in your godly way. But my goal is to make sure that everybody finds that godly place, and it doesn't have to be at the top. Every position in God's government becomes essential in a universal sense. So everybody becomes important. Yeah, let me know if you want to come. I'll send you the core, and we can start talking. The weekly meetings are on Fridays at 7 o'clock my time, 7 a.m. MDT, Mountain Daylight Time. Same time as always, since I met you. So on Fridays, if you have to come on the Friday. I have them every day, twice a day, so you can come in twice a day and just chat without sending me any messages. But I want to start going in a realistic direction because my life literally depends on it, Julian. I have too much integrity to turn back. I did so many actions in this direction that to go back would be destructive in a deep way. That there's worse things than physical death. Yeah. Okay. Let's just shoot for the best. Let me know what you want to do. Peace. Okay. Hmm. I think people are catching on. I'm hungry. Man, that did not take long. I can't believe it's already been a full day without food. It's like the eating period is so short and the torturous period is so long. Ooh. Oops. Alright, still not full strength, but Well, that might be a way to get a ride home. Or ride to the hospital. Oh, this is so much better. I love this. Because now when I move my head like this, it's not separating my beard into like tighter and tighter strands. That's what's happening. It's rolling my beard. It's getting all so. Oh, my hamstring. Whoa. The wrongest, like the smallest wrong move, and my body just seizes up. Like my hamstring just about seized up just by moving my leg like that. Gotta be careful. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm almost done my studying. Message some people. If they stop in here, they could help me take my stuff. I could bring all 3 laptops. And this phone too, actually. If I could just fix this screen on this phone, but for that price, I might as well go buy a new phone that has a full memory block. Memory is going to become the new thing. Oh, body's adjusting. It's definitely adjusting. The old familiar. Oh, would have started wearing my jacket again. I'm back on Hungerstrike, Daniel. I know you don't believe in them, but I never really thought to ask you why. Why do you think they're not going to work when every great general, every great leader, every great movement had the leaders make costly signals? Right? That's a well-established concept in sociology and politics is you have to inspire your people by showing them that you're willing to sacrifice alongside them. And if they don't see that you're willing to sacrifice for them, they're not going to sacrifice for you because usually a movement requires sacrifice or at least a risk. And we want to make it a wise risk. So I think that this is the wisest risk that can be made because of the science. The leadership class that stay comfortable and in their bubble and in their elitism and don't get down and dirty with the public and the poor and the sick are never believed, even if they have pure hearts. It's all theory and it's not really trustworthy, particularly in emergencies and tough times of civil collapse like we're going through now. So I just learned sort of more of the scientific words and the these things that maybe might get you to understand that this is the best strategy in the world. I've looked at all the other easy options, Daniel, and if you stay comfortable, it's not going to inspire the people who are starving. And most people on earth are one meal away from starving or in moderate poverty, which is $2.50 a day, which is barely enough for food during a day. So there's a huge solidarity class worldwide if we need to create a global regulatory system and a governance model based on the meritocracy of pure wisdom. Not even just meritocracy in the general sense, which doesn't work because of the 6 categories of external power, but this universal logic that's missing. And when I first learned about you, when my friends told me, they told me several times, like, you're the person that most people tell me to talk to, and here we are, still haven't talked in, like, not seriously, and, well, it's been like 5 years now. Oh my gosh. Wow. Really? Okay, anyway. Uh, yeah, I'm already hungry, Daniel. It's been 26 hours no food, and I don't want to go 65 days again. If people were vouching for this, it makes the hunger strike not to have to go so long. But maybe the dialectic, the cunning of reason made me go 65 days once, because if you understand Hegel's logic, there's a first pass through, and then the second pass through is the instantiation of the truth. Right? So I have to establish the concept that I am the leader that will sacrifice for everybody. And in a believable way that my blood results in the hospital, in the emergency ward, verifies. I didn't fake it. I actually was dying. My organs were shutting down and I was puking. That's why I was puking, was because when your stomach and your intestines stop moving with peristalsis, it forces the fluid back up. So it's no joke. If I go that long again and I survive, I'll get nerve damage permanently. I got lucky. Only my hand is nerve damage still after 45 days. A small price to pay, Daniel. That's almost the smallest price a guy could pay for a huge amount of influence with the poor and the sick and the starving. Some white guy who went so long without food, his hand stopped working and he started throwing up. It's hard to mimic that in any other way that's nonviolent. So not only do I have that reputation, but it's also sending out a signal that we don't have to harm other people to get that loyalty. When people can't grasp the super high level logic that you and I use to speak with our peers in this high IQ privilege class, people have to go off their gut and story. There's only 3 ways to change people, right? And the Hungerstrike is a great way to show that somebody has a story worth listening to that will be there for you when you can't understand the universal logic and Hegel and all these things. So I don't know how you plan to solve that problem, but I've solved it, and I'd like your help to make sure I survive this next one, so I can keep teaching universal logic. And you were one of the first people I was going to teach, and here we are. It's like, you know, I'm surprised. Even when Raj came, he agreed with me in the beginning, and then, you know, he actually agreed with me the whole time until I confronted him on his bad behavior, and then all of a sudden I was the bad guy. The reality is, you were both acting from ego, and I'm still here forgiving you, and willing to forgive more, and willing to learn if you have good reason and can address the piss sentences, Daniel. The piss sentences, if you look at my post, they stand for the perpetually ignored sentences. And if you have it, you're knocking down my strategy, right? You're abstractly negating me. And I'm like, okay, I could be wrong. I have and you know, despite claiming to be the Messiah, I have an essence of humility from all the scientific training that I've had. Okay, well then, what's a better strategy? I went through your strategies and I solved them and pointed out the problems within, I think, the first couple of videos. And even recently, I try to keep up with what you're doing. But yeah, I need to move this along faster, because it really is a painful experience to go without hunger for so long. And you know, there's people around the world, hundreds of millions, that are experiencing this every day, their whole lives. I can't even. I've only been doing it for 2 years. And children, I can't even. They're Daniel, every moment is important now, particularly with AI. Never mind the human suffering on top of that. You know, it's, if anything in my message resonates with you, please try to act in good faith. Let go of the ego a little bit. Ask me some questions, or propose a better solution. Let me pick at it and show you that I'm operating at a different level. Most strategies are naive, and we have the solution now. Fragmented consciousness can be solved in humans and AI with 200 categories, technically 600 categories, but 200 fundamental, and we can start with 3. Everybody starts with just 3 words, and then we build from there. And we can program a neural net, at least on 2 levels, but there's 4 that I think with some research and some genius we can pull off. But it started. I would love to eat again. I would love some cucumbers and some kimchi and some vegan pizza maybe, and all these delicious things I would love to have. But I'm making the sacrifice to make that signal, Daniel. So if you have a better way to make that signal of trust and loyalty and wisdom that circumvents thousands of years of other humans doing that, like, you know, people you probably don't agree with, but Caesar and Napoleon and Alexander the Great, and here's a good one, Cyrus the Great was at least more humane and created declarations of human rights, at least, or the beginnings of that, despite his failings and dictatorial style. You know, almost, you know, Jesus even, all these, he made the greatest sacrifice of all, being crucified. That's why there's a 2 billion person following, is because he became real in dialectic and sublated in the ideal within people after he even died materially. That's a memory worth remembering, because he sent a costly signal. When I'm looking at your movement, I don't see a costly signal. And you probably do have a story, but let me know. What are you doing that's showing this in your life and in your work, if not a hunger strike? What are you saying that's not naive and uninspiring? What is inspiring that you're doing that on that level? If I was somebody who didn't recognize your genius, right? I'm inspired by your genius, right, in terms of the intellect and some of the more meditative stuff. But in terms of motivating people who don't have that capacity to appreciate that side of you, that don't have the education, don't have the IQ, don't have the giftedness, how are you going to reach those people? Maybe you don't want to be a leader of it, but even the Senate, the bureaucracy around it needs to have that honor. But okay, I thought it would be good to message you. For some reason, Facebook is putting you back into my news feeds again, so that, okay, everyone's supposed to message you. It's detecting something we can't see. But yeah, I'd like to know, what's the better idea if not this? It's starting to work. It's starting to move mountains. But yeah, I'll stay open to the moment. Okay, peace and love. Mm, come on now. I'm trying to remember where all these documents are because the University of Alberta destroyed my original organizational structure by shutting down my accounts, which are downloaded somewhere, but I don't have the space to upload them. So where did I put that? Oh man. Oh. So a good leader doesn't have a big negative paper trail. That's not true all the time, Jubilee. Think about it. Almost any great change maker was completely destroyed when they tried to make these changes of justice, including the women who ran the suffrage movement that gave you the right to vote as a woman in the 21st century. Those women were demonized. They had a terrible track record if you looked at normal society. Same with Jesus Christ. He was literally killed as a lowly criminal for basically saying, hey, everybody deserves to have respect and freedom and gets to determine their livelihoods, and there's no more slavery. This is in ancient Rome where there was a huge amount of slaves. So the victors write history, Jubilee, as you know. And right now I'm challenging the system in a very terrible period of a weird kind of invisible subjugation where on the surface it looks like we have rights. As you well know, the mental health system looks like in Canada we have mental health rights, but it's all an illusion. So I'm challenging the belly of the beast, and of course it's going to try and destroy me in every way possible. But I've lived an honorable life, and I know how to communicate my honor with universal logic now and teach that honor to other people and spread it. So I challenged, like nobody explained to me when I was first in the courthouse, we didn't have AI, right? I started my court case like literally right as AI was coming in, and I didn't use it until a year later. But when I got to the courthouse, I immediately started noticing the system was built to marginalize self-representing litigants. And I started to try and see around that and try to look for every possible option I could that was outside the norm, because the norm was built to destroy you. The norm was meant so that lawyers can make fun of you. So I wanted to stay within the system, but I didn't want to go down the normal path where like you're guaranteed to fail. So I kept looking for these unusual opportunities to start a real justice movement. And one of those things was the staff, the clerks at my courthouse here in Edmonton liked me. So in the beginning, the clerks get frustrated with self-representing litigants because usually most of the public go there to be rude and cathartic and take it out on the staff. And the staff, they give them a chance, and as long as you give them a chance in the beginning, then after that, if the public keeps acting like a jerk, then they just crush you. And the staff have a huge amount of room to crush you. It's not on paper, but the culture of the courthouse has enough of this weird unaccountability that they can just manipulate you. So the staff realized that I was, panicked, and I put in a huge amount of effort, and my case was real. Right? When you alleging torture and these forced injections and all the stuff that I did to for people to recognize that I got out of that medical situation after 8 weeks of high observation with no disorders. I had one semi-honest doctor who I was thinking of potentially pardoning, or you can't really pardon, but like mediating with all the other people who dehumanized me. I was going to take to court, but him, I was potentially thinking in my mind, well, he still screwed me over a little bit, but at least he kept his word on that part about not giving me any diagnoses. Because he said to me, there's nothing wrong with you. I said, I know. Even the Hungerstrike, where you're saying I'm addicted to, believe, he said, Mark, like the last thing on my medical records, once I didn't fit schizophrenia, and I didn't fit mania, and I didn't fit bipolar, and I didn't fit narcissism, and I didn't fit any of these OCD criteria, nothing. I didn't fit any of their criteria. In the final weeks, when they were holding me there, they were starting to sweat and they were starting to panic. And the clinical ethicist was telling me this because I got the clinical ethicist involved too. And he had a degree in philosophy, so I could talk philosophy with this guy. Even he didn't stand up for me enough. But he tried towards the end because he realized what was happening was the system was destroying a rational man on an honorable hunger strike to save the poor, the sick, and our world. And the last diagnosis that they were trying to get me on was fixed beliefs, quote unquote fixed beliefs, is a medical diagnosis that they thought, oh, I hadn't eaten in 59 days, and they forced me to get a food line to my heart. I rejected taking. I didn't want anything in my stomach. So I said, well, if you're going to violate my rights with this Form 11, where I'm not even a human being, well, you're not going to put anything in my stomach. You're going to put it straight to my heart then. And they did. And it's a pretty risky procedure, but they did it. They forced a rational, hunger-striking, honorable man to get a food tube straight to his heart through his vein. And so when they were finally threatening me at the very end, they were starting to panic. So even my enzyme levels were too high. Like my liver was starting to fail. And they were going to stop force feeding me anyway, because if you force feed somebody to their heart, to a PICC line for weeks, it actually is not the natural way to create, energy. So your body has a bunch of byproducts to your liver. And my liver enzymes were elevated, or my pancreatic ones were elevated. Something was elevated. And yeah, they're forcing me. They're like, we have to do something about this guy, because if he doesn't eat soon, he's obviously got the willpower and the commitment. And they're like, hey, why don't we pathologize his commitment then, and say the hunger strike is fixed. He's addicted to it. It's neurotic. Well, when they forced me into this final assessment that I was not allowed to record, which is insane, because it deprives you of any objectivity in court. And they just said, oh, it's a he said, she said, it's a hearsay case. Oh, there's no proof. Oh, we're going to go with the professionals, and you lose by default. And I knew that. And that's why the right to flow immediately makes it so that you can record all your assessments. And they have to pass your assessments by you. Very simple things are very powerful, because I hit the essence of the problem, because I experienced it myself as a man that doesn't have any mental illness. I'm just a defender of the poor and the sick. I'm here to save them from this garbage reasoning that is on the surface looking pristine and beautiful, and mental health rights, and on the actual implementation, it's not there. In fact, it's the opposite in many cases. Not to say that people are terrible, it's just that they're undertrained in real universal logic and real protection. So I made some real changes to say you have to listen to the patient, truly. So they weren't doing that. This final thing, they said, we're going to put you in a conservatorship, and we're going to take away your rights to self-determination for 10 years if you don't basically smarten up and start eating. And so when I heard that, I went to the hearing, and I couldn't record it. And I was like, okay, well, what do you want? Well, don't you understand, McCormick? And I said, yeah, I fully understand. And I said, I'm doing this because of my political rights, and you're breaking the law. Oh, well, they just ignored me. And I said to myself, if they ignore me in this completely dehumanizing pathological erasure, then I'm going to start eating within half an hour to show them that I have no problems. And that's exactly what happened. They completely destroyed me in this hearing, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I got to start eating. Where's my burger? Where's my vegan burger? I want to have some A&W. A&W's, you know what A&W is. It's a Canadian thing. They had, at the time, they were the only big fast food chain that had a vegan option that was so delicious. And my nurses got to know me, and they got to like me, Jubilee. So my nurses liked me in the hospital in 2021, and my nurse bought me my vegan burger. So I had it within like 30 minutes, and I was 35 minutes or something. I was eating. And my doctor comes in there, the honest doctor, the semi-honest doctor, and he said, Mark, what happened? I said, I have no problems. I'm on a hunger strike. I love eating. It takes commitment. And he said, okay. And then he made that deal. He said, keep eating, keep sleeping, no mood swings, and you'll be out of here, no meds, no nothing, no diagnoses, and you're done. I said, great. And I did that. So that final thing that they had of me, fixed beliefs, which you're calling addiction, is not true. I'm a committed, loving person who's not foolish, and has a very high pain tolerance, motivated by a rational understanding of what the purpose of life is, which is to care for each other in a wise way. Okay? And a lot of people are living a superficial, hypocritical version of care, which is more caring about them and not actually getting to the root of the problems. Which is what I'm doing, which is why the courthouse is trying to silence me. So I went around and noticed that the system in the courthouse was also like the medical system. It was on paper looking like you had patient rights, or self-representing litigant rights is what they call them, but it didn't exist in practice. I went through the whole thing. I accessed every option. I went to the help services. I went to double help services. I went to the Edmonton Community Legal Center. I went across legal centers across all of Canada. I went to Amnesty International. I did everything you possibly could, including messaging 250 law firms to try and help me, and none of them did. So I went to the court staff, the court clerks, who liked me by this point. In the beginning, it was dicey, and I realized that even the support services were messed up. So I went and built some reputation with them. I realized some things. So I said to them, hey guys, I need to, this judge isn't being fair to me. What do I do about an unfair judge? And they said, well, you can message, I guess they weren't supposed to do this, but it was still within their purview. But they handed me what's called the master of the courthouse. And now we call it the administrative justice. But because they called it a master, I thought, oh, this is just another employment rule, like a staff, not an actual judge. But it was a judge. And so I came in there, but it doesn't really matter whether it's judge or not. I still had grounds to do what I did, which was I challenged this administrative justice, it turns out, who ran the courthouse. And they were passing me to this administrative justice because I could get a new judge if there was an unfair procedural process going on. And there was this applications judge partially seized my case, meaning they didn't fully seize my case. They partially seized it so that they didn't have to do all the case management stuff that would have actually helped me. So he had enough power to suffocate me in the legal system, but not enough power to actually give me any assistance. So they were trying to drive me out. So I was reporting that to the staff, and I said, hey, there's something wrong here. And I said, can I get a more fair judge? And back then I didn't know about this thing called judge shopping. So they accused me of this. And I said, no, I found the right way was recusal, which I did do on top of this. But these clerks were trying to help me. And they gave me the direct email to this master's, which you don't normally do. They don't normally do that. But they could they could sense that I was trying to do the right thing, and I was very dedicated and didn't want to, like, I wasn't screaming at people or anything. As soon as you raise your voice in those settings, they just use that as an excuse to unload their catharsis at the system on you. So anyway, this is the whole big story about how I got in touch with this judge who eventually filed an order against me saying I was inappropriate, which you quoted here. Now they launched a big thing publicly to try and make me look like a vexatious litigant. But what happened was the courthouse was so completely unfair, and I started mapping it out. I actually recorded it, so there's a record if you want to see all the things that went wrong. I had over 120 things happen to me in the courthouse that wronged me. And even if only half of them are right or true, then every month that you are in a court case, there's a mistake that could totally end your court case. It's such a precarious thing. So this master's was saying, well, I said, I'm sent by the court clerks. They're saying that I need to go to you to get this unfairness, administrative injustice happen, like to solve this. And they came back very snarkily in a certain way, and they said, well, blah, blah, blah. And I said, that contradicts what the court clerk said. So the justice was trying to ignore everything that I said, didn't address a single real point that I had, and just sent me back to the clerks. And I said, yeah, but the clerks already told me there's no one else. So it said, like, what options do I have? And they raised their voice in a snarky way the final time. And I was like, wow, that's totally unprofessional. And like, they're trying to make it look professional, but you could definitely tell that they're railroading me. And so I just came back and said, hey, look, like, there's a contradiction here. You're saying that you can't do anything, but the court clerk said that you can do all of it. So who do I believe here? There's nowhere else to go either, besides suing them. Luckily, I didn't do that because you can't sue a judge because of these weird immunity clauses, which are not good. But then this judge they did a big research on me on how I was trying to get an answer from all the staff, and they were passing me around the courthouse, right? Which made it look like I was blasting the courthouse with all these emails when I wasn't. They were passing me around. And then I said I attached a bunch of media stations to these emails to the courthouse staff directly, so not the public. But I attached, like, in Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, you're allowed to get the media involved to preserve justice. So I attached, my friend he worked in media, so he had like 110 media contacts, and he sent me the list. Because he loves me, I love him. We're both social justice people. He gave me his entire list, like 10 years of trying to get these working in the media contacts, and they're all public contacts. By the way, you can find these email addresses, but he saved me probably dozens and dozens of hours of research trying to find these myself. And I attached them to this email, and I think I BCC'd them so they could see exactly, or I don't know, I think I did CC them, so they could clearly see, I think they could see that they were media stations, and I was accessing my charter rights. And so in the order against me, this master said, oh, and Mr. McCormick is attaching all of these emails to these private emails of the courthouse. I said, first of all, the court clerks are giving me these emails, so they're obviously public enough for self-representing litigants to get and use. And if they're not public, they should be, because you need them to get access and to stop these abuses of the process. And so anyway, they cited that I used these media emails And I said, that's a charter violation. You're trying to breach my Section 2B charter rights so that you can get away with this bad treatment. And I nailed it. Now that I've been in the courthouse for 2 more years, I've nailed it. I'm so proud. Like, I'm happy that I stood up for myself in the first year, because the deadlines all passed in like the first 10 days to 30 days to a year. So they tried to crush me, and I went all the way to the Supreme Court to try and fight it, but I missed the deadline, I guess, somewhere, because there's so much. It's not designed properly, the whole system. And then I ended up appealing it to the Supreme Court on why did I miss the deadline, not on what's the merit of the case. So the courts didn't agree with me that a hunger strike was the reason to miss a deadline when I was suffering on the streets, which I think is a second charter violation because it violates Section 2C, which is the right to freedom of protest, peaceful protest. So if I can't fight that, and the courthouse doesn't acknowledge that my charter rights should be taken into scheduling issues of my legal cases, then they are using courthouse apparatus to basically deter you from using your protest rights. And they shouldn't be allowed to do that. It's a very insidious way to put undue pressure on the public who are just fighting for their rights using body sovereignty like I am with hunger strikes. Because they deprive you, the state mechanism deprives you of any real remedy. If you don't have a lawyer, they just don't take you seriously, even if you do everything right. Even with an AI. That's how bad it is. So what you're seeing in the public is a hit campaign to destroy me, try and stop me. And I didn't. I found out how bad it was. That was a signal of how bad it really was. And after that, I'm like, oh, wow. So that's what's happening there. And if you're a self-represented litigant and you try and do the same thing, they'll try and crush you too. But the reality is that judge really did break the law. He did not cite particulars in his judgment when he was reviewing a voice recording. And that voice recording is like my entire case for one part of my case. And he didn't give me any reasons like, oh, he said that this doesn't affect your case. I said, what are you talking about? It doesn't affect my case. I said, I don't think you listened to the voice recording, Your Honor. I said, can you please cite particulars in the voice recording that makes you think they acted in good faith? Because he was trying to use this government protection, which says all government officials are immune from wrongdoing unless you can prove bad faith. And the voice recording was a secret recording that I took in a private room under my one-party rule recording rights. You can record any conversation that is just you and the other person. So it was me and my main nurse, actually. She was a special nurse about patient rights, and I recorded her and caught her doing something bad. And because I had a recording, it wasn't hearsay. It wasn't like he said, she said. I actually had objective proof, and I sent it to him. It's a bombshell piece of evidence. Like, almost nobody ever has that. It was just me recording, luckily, before they took my phones away in the hospital. And he ignored it. And he didn't cite any particulars. And then he smashed me with like 3 appeals all at once and tried to drown me. And that was before I knew how to do everything. And now I know how to do everything. So they use that against self-reps. And if they just taught self-reps to process properly and didn't make it a completely distorted field, then the public could easily navigate the system. So that's what you're seeing. You can see, I actually quoted the emails. I filed a response to the order. And you can see it. I sent it to you. It didn't get heard properly. They didn't even talk about that document at all. And it's because they try and drown you in procedures. Because the lawyers have an advantage there. Because all you have to do is go through the system once, and once you know the rules, it's way easier. And it's actually still not easy for self-reps, because you don't get paid, right? It's easy for lawyers because they get paid to do it, and they can afford the bills when they go home. If you have to go through the system and do it all, and you still have to go home and take care of kids and pay bills, that's where it becomes legally, I think, unreasonable. So they do that saying, oh, it's an equal playing field. No, it's not. It's an equal playing field for lawyers, not for lawyers against the public at any point who aren't paid every day to do this. So that's what you're witnessing there, is one of the biggest injustices that has probably ever happened. Well, one of the biggest injustices that can happen to a self-representative again is when they silence you like that, and they do it all the time. They did it so often that in 2015 or 2016, the Canadian Judicial Council and some other lawyers, they stopped that from becoming a default thing. Like, they can't slap you with a vexatious order right away anymore because it's such an easy way to stop like real merited cases from getting through because people aren't educated in the system. So that's what you're seeing there. It's a hit campaign that JSS barristers got on top of and published on their website. So that's what got onto Google. because they were one of the 7 firms hired by the government against me. So, of course, it works towards their case to destroy my reputation. But the reality is the courthouse staff were helping me because I was one of the best self-reps in there, considering how bad it was and how big my case was. I wasn't filing a small little case. I was suing 182 government officials with 7 law firms simultaneously. I could have handled one at a time and learned the system. They ganged up on me. And they were filing so many, like I filed 150 motions to keep up with those guys. And I did it enough to be where I am now, suing the Attorney General because I uncovered the real injustice where I don't have a right to appeal because I'm too poor. This is the public interest case now. It's not just about me. I found what keeps the poor from getting justice. And if we solve that, Jubilee, it'll solve the mental health problems. It'll solve our mental health system problems. All these problems are linked to the fact that the poor can't afford to appeal a corrupt judge in the Court of Appeals or in your superior courts. And that's because they deprive you, at least in Alberta, from you using your low-income fee waivers to pay for transcripts because they made the transcripts private. They made them corporate. Businesses write the transcripts, which is insane. It's government service. But it was a loophole in the 1980s that our government used to block people. So that's what's happening. Okay, it's a long recording. I hope you listen to this one. Ah. Excuse me. Oh boy, blessings. Oh. Hmm. Oh man, there's just so much. Every time I do one thing, there's like three more things that happen. So that means that's a good sign that things are building. But I have to stay focused. I am hungry. Probably doesn't help to keep saying that. I am not hungry. Actually, I still am hungry. Didn't work. You know, there's millions of people around the world, hundreds of millions, that have to go through this every single day, or virtually every single day. It's completely unacceptable. In 2026, futuristic books were written about this time period with, far more advanced levels of technology than we have now in terms of cultural technology. Oh, interesting. Have you been clinically diagnosed with aphantasia? Because if you have a clinical diagnosis that prevents you from memorizing, then there might be a different way. But if you can still write words, then memorizing the sentences shouldn't be too hard. But if you can't form an image in your mind, for me, I structured the sentences so that people with decent memories or normal memories can think of the picture and try and figure out the words. But you don't have that ability if you have aphantasia. Um, okay. Yeah, see this new hospital vision, eggs and vegetarian primarily. We can do without all of it. Don't need eggs and dairy. It causes inflammation, but it'll be a change. Okay. See how far you can get in the memorizing, and if, like just try and see what happens. But it really does move things along. Okay. Let me know how it goes, and yeah, it's interesting your engagement with the hospitals. Okay, let me know if you need anything. Ooh, there's something unusual going on there. All right. Ah, at this point is where I would like eat something. Oh, but we'll have a drink of water instead. I think my sister might come and drive me to the hospital. That's kind of a nice loop, but we'll see. We'll see what kind of universe we're in. If not, I'll just take. I'll try to take the bus. Wow, 20,000 likes. Okay, Daniel. Just there's a file in there too. I've seen some of your work here. At the same time, we're trying to save people's lives, and I have to be careful with my time. Okay, God's sending you here for some reason, and I don't exactly know yet. But you've just hit me with a really big thing we have to consider, which is you have aphantasia, which is very serious. So, of course, you feel doubted because I have to doubt that you don't have memory to handle big loads, and that's okay because it doesn't define your worth in God's government. It just defines what you can do. Okay, so I doubt that you can take on an enormous role, but that's fine. You don't have to. That's administration. But you could play a beautiful role in community in getting people to learn how to reason and build special arts and stuff like that, which might make you happier with the gifts that God gave you. And that's my job is to find that flow state for all of us as best as we can and help you find that as well and help you help others find that. And if we all start doing that, then it'll be a beautiful world. But yes, of course, I would doubt your capacities to do these big things that require large memory because you don't have it, and that's not your choice. So you don't get paid in terms of God's government that way. You get paid in terms of what can you do at your absolute best, and if you can memorize the core, that might be your absolute best. Then that'd be amazing. So let me know how it goes. But until you memorize the core, you're not being serious in the direction that I think we need to move in. Okay? So just being honest, and that's healthy. You can do the same thing with me. But yeah, if somebody doesn't memorize the core, then it's hard for them to participate in the same direction. It just keeps fragmenting. But you take care of yourself. So who are the 6 people you get into your flock then? Does everybody know you have this memory issue, or is this like a secret thing? Okay. Oh boy, this is taking up. This other song was really actually quite exceptional. That song is pretty good, but they used AI to enhance it. Daniel, there's one thing about God's government and the wise government that you need to know, and it's that this is not the abstract political correctness of the left, but it's also not the callousness of the abstract right. If there's a real limit, God's government calls it what it is because otherwise it could deal with harm, cause harm, and ugliness. Okay? So there are real limitations to your condition. It's about wise love, not blind love with God's government. Wise love means drawing boundaries where boundaries exist for real. And in that place, you are liberated because that's actually what life is. It can change, but in the current situation, if somebody who has aphantasia is told to memorize thousands of pictures, that's torture to them. Whereas other people would be like, oh, that's well, maybe not thousands, but like dozens of pictures, they're like, okay, they'll do it. But to you, that's torture to you. Right? You're definitely not free. It would take you 100 years maybe to memorize that because you can't do it. And somebody with Down syndrome can't be expected to run an entire government with thousands of requests per day when they don't have that gift. They have a different gift. So, like I said, these boundaries don't determine your worth because everybody is sacred, but the behavior has to be addressed in wise love, not blind love, or else you start creating these weird realities and distorted societies that intend to help but actually end up oppressing a lot more people than it intended. Okay, so you have a limitation on your behavior in this human reality. And my goal is to make sure that you're within that reality so that you don't feel like you're oppressed, expected to do things you can't do. Same with me. We're all finite beings. On your human side, you're finite. On your genuinely your divine side, you're infinite. And the good news is that universal logic doesn't require any pictures because picture thinking is three-dimensional in space and time, and universal logic is timeless and spaceless. So you might have the perfect memory to teach universal logic in its true form. I broke through to it because I had an ego death and I had to let go of time and space and a whole bunch of things. But you might be more like that might be a gift for you, right? So it's about finding out where you flow. And I'm just being realistic. If you can't keep track of basic details, then you're not going to be a good administrator because administration is all about details. So be realistic, be wise. Unless you have evidence to the contrary that I should consider, there's no sense in changing that position. But it doesn't mean I'm going to doubt everything about you. It just makes me doubt that one behavior. And that's fine. If that's not where you flow. And if you want to appeal that, then you definitely can. But we need to have more evidence to that position, okay? Whoa, I just got a goosebumps of love. Imagining when everybody is in their right moment, their ideal form, recognized in the struggles and the limits that they have as battles no one can see but are recognized finally. That everyone becomes a god even if they don't feel that way in the outer world and have limits in the outer world. The inner world of honor, respect, love, virtue, compassion, strength, dedication, loyalty, honor, all those create an inner world worth living. And it aligns an external world of abundance and spirit. It's genuine spirit. This is a good song. This is really good. Ah. Shirt is dirty. I knew I should have washed it. Oh, more goosebumps. Wow. Kingdom come. Kingdom come. You know, while we're talking about this, it's triggering a lot because a lot happened. I fought very, very, very hard in the courthouse. Way harder than most people will ever fight. I spent thousands and thousands of hours. I went to the courthouse hundreds of times, well, not hundreds, probably over 100 times by now. And I've had 42 court appearances. And a lot of the times I went without court appearances, I went to file documents because they forced me to physically go by this vexatious. If I didn't have to do this vexatious order, I could stay home and fight my case while in the hunger strike. But they forced me to go to the hunger strike while I haven't eaten for months. They still expect me to come to the courthouse, and charter rights and protests have no bearing. And I think, well, that's a contradiction. What's the point in having political rights if you can't influence any of the politics with it? And they're saying, well, you can manipulate the courthouse, and you're already manipulating the public. The courthouse is reasonable. It's based on reason. And if a judge's judicial discretion does not take into account charter rights, then they're putting your life at risk. Right? They're literally putting my life. I could have a heart attack walking to the courthouse. And so the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's insane. Like, they should be listening. If somebody goes 60 days without food, you don't expect them to come to the courthouse. I'm challenging their communications order at the same time because they're unreasonable orders. Once you give somebody that order and they can never appeal it and never, with good behavior, rescind themselves, like redeem themselves or anything, it's a way for the courthouse to control you and make it harder to, it obstructs your rights. If it's a good faith mistake, then you should be given a chance to relearn it. It's not a human process. It's not what law is for. It's not the vow of abandonment. It's abstract control. So this abstract control is so bad in the courthouse. When I was doing my hunger strikes at the courthouse steps, like I was physically on the ground in a sleeping bag and a tarp in the middle of winter. Like minus 27 in November and December is when I did these. And I didn't have any water. They were my dry hunger strikes. They're actually very painful. So I had the sheriffs. The point of me saying this to you is I had the sheriffs that guard the Edmonton courthouse. Those sheriffs personally, when they were off duty, came to me at like 1 or 2 in the morning. And they stood over me while I was laying there. And they said, Mr. McCormick. I said, yes, my name is X. They wouldn't say their last name, but they said, my name is X. And I said, okay. And he says, the sheriffs are sick and tired of what they're seeing in this courthouse, day in and day out. So that gave me a lot of strength to know that despite my reputation being destroyed, there was a lot of people in the courthouse who worked there who were honoring what I was doing and recognizing the spirit of it. And I think they were helping me within their legal means. They're not allowed to bias the court or anything, but I think within their personal means and their legal means, they were making the process what the process should actually be. Not super easy for me, but what it legally should be from the deterioration that is happening in there. So I think that that's why I had a real chance of winning, despite all the corruption, is because they were giving me they're trying to give me the real process, while the judges and everybody else, a lot of the other side weren't, because they're ultra trapped. But I'm very good at argumentation, so I caught the judges early, and that's why I saw the corruption early. And because I started so early, like in the first couple of months, I realized something was wrong. And then I spent the last year and a half, 2 years fighting that, with recusal after appeal, after I had people pay for my transcripts twice. And my court appearances, when I'm defending myself, like you can go download the record. Well, you can actually be in my court sessions. You can hear me when I'm in there. But then to get the court record, you have to pay for it. It's like, for 1 hour, it's like $400. So I would sometimes debate for I think I went once for 3 hours till like 2 in the afternoon. They started at 11 and we debated with the judge till 3 in the afternoon. Without a special. Like these are, when you go to court, you have a choice to adjourn to a special, which gives you like a half day special of 3 hours to 6 hours, or a full day special 6 hours or whatever. And then you can also go to court by just showing up and being put on the chamber, or showing up the day, or scheduling it with regular matters. So they'll just hear you within 5 to 10 minutes, make a decision. So I would show up, and the judge would make me go to the end of the schedule. Instead of being like where I was normally scheduled, they'd make me go to the end, because at the end of the schedule, if there's no one else there, then you can talk about your case right till the judge leaves, which is usually, they're supposed to be there till 2 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock, from 10 till 2, I think. So they would leave me to the end, and then I would just debate with the judge and these 7 law firms for hours. So the transcripts were so expensive; they're like $1,200, like extreme. Like I think that one was like going to be like, I don't know, $1,500 for one hearing. And remember, I had 40 some, so they're making it impossible for me to file appeals. Basically, they're trying to end it. And this judge that I was trying to recuse knew that I didn't have any real appeal rights, because he knew I was low income. And even granted, on one of my other cases against the University of Alberta, I said, I'm a student, I don't have any money here. And he says, oh, so you're impecunious. And that's where I learned this word. That's the fancy word for the poor. Oh, you're impecunious. I said, yeah, students are by default, if they don't have rich parents, they're by default poor and in debt. And I said, you can't file an impecunious order against a student. And I was a student when all this was happening. I was at the U of A, forced to go to school, or else it would shut down my account with all these legal emails from the hospital. So I had people coming to me, and here's another thing. I even had courthouse staff say that they hoped I would win, basically. That took 1.5 years of building rapport, and there's a couple of days where I had to put them in their place too. Like, hey, this is your job. You got to do this now. Like, I've been waiting for it out. And, they'd begrudgingly go and do it, because like, they don't like being told what to do, because that's all the courthouse is. But after, months and months of realizing I'm not actually a jerk, I'm just trying to get justice, there's a certain level of respect. And, that took a lot to earn. So my reputation with the people who are aligned with truth know who I really am. And you might be one of those people, as you believe. That's why you're here. You're asking me the right questions, is you're going to uncover the truth that the world is backwards, and all the bad ideas, or not all the bad ideas, but the current power structure is being held up by people who are either acting in ignorance, or have given up hope on making a better world, and are giving into the negativity, and dare I say even evil. And you're here to vindicate and say, no, this backwards world is treating the truth as false when I am the truth. And it needs to start recognizing that, so we can correct this world. And you might be here to help do that, because you're you're digging into the real details and you're hearing my real story. You're not pathologizing me and being superficial. You're getting into the details where the truth is. So, but here's another detail. That's I did not expect. I knew my when you act this way in the truth and you speak with universal logic, it gravitates spirit to you. So people who are aligned and listen to that inner voice of conscience, they come to you because it's calling. It's like cat to catnip. It's like cats to catnip, right? Universal logic and these great heroic acts are like catnip to spirit, and it creates a gravity that pulls people, the right people, to you. You'll be destroyed by all the people who are lost in ignorance, right? They'll poop all over you. Like that's what's happening to me right now. Is I'm getting all the crap from people who have given up, and I'm purifying just by interacting with me. I'm purifying them because I'm saying no, I won't stand for that. Just by being around me, my beingness, my situatedness in society. You should look at I think it was second wave feminism. They're very much on the situationalism and embodied presence, and just your position in society was political. The body is political. I think Michel Foucault has biopolitics. He was gay, and there's some real truth to that. But they went in the abstract way instead of the way that Hegel goes, the concrete way to do it. Okay, so my position, the fact that I'm marginalized, I'm with the poor, I'm in a basement I can't afford, I have no home, I sold everything, I'm poor. I really sold everything. I have nothing. I have these computers, these 10-year-old computers. I really did it to send the signal that this is the real deal. And I want people to sacrifice for each other in a wise way. I can handle this level of sacrifice. Some people might not be wise to do this, but I'm in a very rare situation, very rare position that allows me to survive this and to have good spirit all around me. I have a lot of good people. My network is one of the best in the world. It's just that they don't know how to recognize universal logic. It's too deep, and they're being distracted by the dead system, so they're being sucked into it. So they're not giving the time, like you are, to actually find the true depth. Instead, they would rather emotionally manipulate me, and they're the true manipulators. They're saying, your Hungerstrike is so emotionally manipulative. I said, you're the one that's using emotional language to manipulate me. Deal with the facts that my Hungerstrike is politically protected to express. I said, what are you trying to manipulate me to do? Nothing. Return to the status quo of horrific terror and trafficking and bullying and destruction of the entire planet and loneliness. So yeah, I was not expecting to have the sheriffs be inspired to come out and risk their reputation to talk to me. And the police, to be honest, the police didn't say anything to me. The police and the sheriffs are different. Only sheriffs run the Edmonton Courthouse, but there's a detachment literally 1 block away. There's one of the biggest police, like Edmonton Police Service detachments, like literally a block away. So when I was doing my hunger strikes, the police, not the sheriffs never removed me. But the police would be called by citizens to come and say I was blocking the sidewalk, which I wasn't. I was positioned in a very specific place. But anyway, the police would have to come legally, and they'd have to investigate, and they would arrest me. I got arrested like 10 every day that I was out there. I was arrested. I was out there for, I think my first one was, I was out there for 10 days, no water, no food or water, which was hard. That one I almost died though because they kept arresting me. So my next one, I actually went to the courthouse and I sued them, and I said, no, you violated my charter rights, and that scared them enough that on my next hunger strike, where I went 14 days without water in the exact same place, they didn't touch me. But the first 10 times when I had no water, like on day 7, 8, and 9, I was on the verge of death, and they were breaking my heat bubble because it was minus 25 out there. So I was losing body heat, and your metabolism uses water and iodine, right, to make body heat. And they were breaking, like it was hard enough to sit there, never mind be out in the cold and then have to rejuvenate. Like one police officer it was like 2 a.m. They would break up my little bed at like 2 or 3 a.m. when I was absolutely exhausted. It was so, I almost died because one night I walked back to my hunger strike, and then eventually it started dropping me off at the homeless shelter that was also like 2 or 3 blocks, I think it was 3 blocks away. They would physically drop me off there, and they would try and detain me. And one night they did it. The homeless staff totally obliterated my humanity and didn't listen to me at all, and literally locked me into the sleeping quarters. And I said, I'm not homeless. I want to be brought back to my hunger strike. Oh, just eat something and blah, blah. I said, no, you're breaking the law. And so I walked out of there, and I was actually overheating. I had these heat packs from one of the police officers that felt bad for me. He went to drop me off one night, and he noticed there's one time where they brought me back in a police car, and he felt so bad because I had to reheat all my tarps and all my blankets and everything. And he came with a full pack of heat things, or like 2 handfuls of heat packs that you can break open and they create heat. And I used those and I put them in my jacket and everything. And then I think I saved a couple. And then the next day when I packed myself, they dropped me off there, I think, and it's all kind of jumbled now. But I had these heat packs in my jacket, and so when they put me in these beds, I was overheating. I went from freezing to overheating and started like suffocating, and they weren't listening to me. So I escaped and tossed myself out into the cold, and then I started roll. I couldn't walk properly, so I started rolling down the driveway back to the courthouse. So I was gonna roll 3 city blocks. Like it's probably more. It's quite a ways. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like 800 meters. Well, no, it's probably like a kilometer. 800 meters to a kilometer. I don't know. Actually, maybe not. You know what? That's not true. It's probably more like 500 to 800 meters. Is probably what it is. Somewhere between there. And they were laughing at me at first when I was rolling away from this homeless shelter in the snow. And finally, the managers came out and they said, what are you doing? I said, I'm on a hunger strike. Give me my dignity back. I said, drive me to the courthouse or I'll die trying to get there. And this is like at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning when people are pretty cranky. And yeah, anyway, this is the bigger story. I don't know what your 40. I hope you're listening to these, but if this starts to grow big soon, I hope you can go back and listen to these and hear the full story. From my perspective, anyway. So yeah, basically the whole point of me mentioning these police officers arrested me is to corroborate my story with the sheriffs. Basically, it's this. The police, when I went to go and pay the tickets or find out what to fight the tickets at the detachment when I was recovering from the no water, dry hunger strikes, they told me at the dispatchment, they said, you won't have any tickets. I said, what are you talking about? I was the hunger strike for like a block from me. I'm sure you guys heard about me. I got arrested like every night for 10 days straight. And he said, yeah, he said, the police officers have discretion on whether or not to fine you. He said, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I said, yeah, but I got arrested by like 10 officers. Like one of them had to have ticketed me. And he said, nope, not a single ticket. And that's where I started thinking to myself, these guys are protecting me. Like they want me to win too, because the police officers are the fall guys. They're like, quote unquote, the babysitters for all the people that leave the courthouse angry and act out on society. Because if there's no justice, people act out. And the police have to clean it up. So every bad judgment that a judge makes, the police pay for. And there's a mental health crisis in the police force. Because my friend, my sister's ex-husband he is a police officer. And he was telling me a little bit about what it was like there in the mental health crisis. And I knew about the stats from studying poverty anyway. Anyway, this is quite a long recording, but I'm just saying that you mentioning my reputation is kind of important because that's what's being weaponized against me, right? There's 2 ways that the hegemon tries to stop you, the dominant power tries to stop you if you have real truth. One is they try and make you look violent so they can justify the military to suppress you, which is kind of what Donald Trump did to the Black Lives Matter supporters. It's brutal. But there's also a lot of corruption there too. But number 2 is if they can't make you look violent to stop you with military, then they try and destroy your social credibility. And that's what you're commenting on now. And I'm saying this is me fighting back to say, no, I didn't do anything wrong. And if I did anything wrong, it was small and innocent and good-natured and good faith to get justice. And like I sold my car once and the courthouse told me the wrong information. They said, you need to pay this fee now. There's no way to get exemptions and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, what? So I went home and sold my car within 1 day and I went and paid that fee. And then I think it was a couple of days later, I went back there and they're like, oh, you didn't need to do that. I said, I sold my only means of transportation. I really loved that car too. It didn't have any electronics in it. And, it was really a freeing thing. But it was my Uber Eats delivery car. It was with me through thick and thin. I had a relationship with that car. So anyway, this is the full extent of what happened to me at the courthouse that none of these other law firms or the courthouse will ever say. But as you know, in the mental health, being at the courthouse is like being in the mental health system. They just completely erase you. And they make it look like, oh, you have all these rights. It's all an illusion. So I want you to help me fight that battle if you can, and you can read the real emails that I sent. I was very respectful. I asked permission everywhere that I went, and I think I raised my voice. I don't even raise my voice. Like the sheriff stopped coming. They used to order the sheriffs to come to the courthouse with me when they were going to make a decision that screwed me over. They would call the sheriff into the room thinking I would freak out, and I didn't. And that's how I gained the respect that I'm actually not crazy. I'm not any of these things they tried to make me look like. I'm just a guy on a hunger strike trying to fight for justice. And people started to believe that after a couple of years. Because it wasn't a one-off, it was my actual character and my demeanor and my dignity. So, anyway. That's the full story of like, the real people recognized the real me. The sheriffs recognized me, the police officers recognized me, the courthouse staff recognized me, and I even think some of the judges started to recognize me too, because they stopped treating me with indifference and they started listening to what I was saying. Some of them didn't though. Some of them are just complete bulldozers, like absolutely shouldn't be in the judge's position, just abusive, thinking that they're doing the right thing by getting a self-representing litigants to not waste judicial economy and judicial resources. No, that's not what they're doing. They're abusing litigants is what they're doing. And the Canadian Judicial Council has ethical principles for judges to actually prevent that from happening. So anyway, long story.
That your footprint looks very litigious. Threatening to sue me is very litigious, and it doesn't look good. Your entire understanding of the court system, it bring the court system as yourself in court yet. I am
So she's just taking me like this is so backwards. I like this woman anyway, but she's backwards still in her methodology. She's trying to say that me going to the courthouse and filing 150 motions and talking to the administrative justice and doing my homework and going to the legal clinics and doing the research and having 42 court appearances is less credible than her relying on coincidences between birth dates to justify her actions. Like, it's so astronomically, like, there are some correlations between birth dates because of the way that humans are born in social structures. But to base your litigations against the courthouse and justices on that compared to actually being in the courthouse for hundreds and thousands of hours is just not rational enough for me to change my direction. But I'm glad she's fighting the system at least. Okay, number one, coincidences can have meaning, but it doesn't trump thousands of hours in the courthouse and 42 court appearances. But I'm glad that you're fighting that battle. I really am. But we have to be realistic. I don't think you've gone into real litigations and filed affidavits in your own lawsuit. Like, have you done that? And also, yeah, I know my reputation looks litigious. And even if you look up my name, I just did this the other day. It says, "Oh, be careful, around him," and it's like, wow, they're actually oppressing me. And I took a screenshot of that, and I'm going to potentially file a lawsuit against that. But the lawsuits are really just to have a conversation. They spiral downwards if you do them wrong, not in a loving spirit. So I'm filing them to show a history of the courthouse blocking me and this marginalization as part of an ethnographic study. An ethnographic study is respected in sociological circles to say, what is the actual entrenched power doing? And the power is entrenched. And it tries to destroy anybody that tries to change it, which is happening to me. You are also being destroyed, by the way. So, I mean, we're both in it to a similar degree. And you're also seen as very confrontational. But yeah, like, look at your own actions, right? You came in and started saying the worst things you could possibly say. People get killed for what you were saying about me, right? The enablements of child abuse, just because I've referenced studies showing that these types of grandiose actions to be hard on crime don't work. They just don't work. If you want to save children, you treat it as a public health emergency, and you get what it is that's causing these people to do what they're doing and to open up about it so you can stop it at the root. And a lot of it is these biological issues. And we've learned how to identify these biological issues that some people just are out of control. They have these weird sexual drives that aren't normal. And we can find ways to detect those early so that these people don't grow up to be ignored and don't have these terrible things that they have to deal with. So that's where my friend in psychiatry told me the issue stands. And when I did my own research, that's where the issue stands. But there are just heinous people that don't have those problems. They're just destroyed human beings that act out. And that's a cultural problem. So on both those fronts, we've learned enough because people like, what's his name? Kinsey. Yeah, the Kinsey scale. This guy would do these interviews and find out why are these people doing these horrible things, and he created some solutions. Or pointed in a direction where it stopped going underground, and we started tracking down how to actually stop these horrible networks, and also track down that it was happening in the churches. And the Catholic Pope in 2016 admitted to it finally, thank God. But the real solution is to empower children, and that means we have to restructure the way we talk about faith, because you're not supposed to question faith. And children are indoctrinated into just going along with whatever the priests are doing, whatever the church is doing, whatever the faith is doing. And that's what these predators use to get into these positions of vulnerability to exploit people. And then have it stay in silence because of the shame, the guilt, and all the grooming that I experienced. And the power that it has to silence people is just horrific. So the first thing we have to do is change the way people relate to faith-based cultures and bring in critical thinking that doesn't undermine the faith, but brings you closer to God, which is what the universal logic does. And that's the only thing that does it in that mode that they will respect. So, and even then it'll be a battle. So no, look at your actions. You leverage a very dangerous and defamatory claim against me, which is pure violence. You can't say worse things than what you said about me. Well, you were working your way to that. But to even lean in that direction with my reputation as being somebody fighting for justice for so long and making that claim is just completely inappropriate. You don't even know me. You don't even know my positions. So that's your fault. Okay? And that's what's happening to me all over the place. Is there's just constant injustice that I'm butting up against because I'm representing justice. And I can create a strong barrier, but I won't give up on you. Just like I'm not giving up in the courthouse. I'm not trying to destroy the court system. I'm trying to destroy the injustice within the court system and preserve what is good that's there. Canada has one of the best justice systems in the world. We're lucky, you and I, to be in this system. So there's a lot of goodness that we can take from it. But the badness is so bad that it deprives people from that goodness. So that's called a sublation, not just an abstract negation. So I'm a confrontational person when there's injustice. If you don't stand up for the sick and the poor and the oppressed, then you are the oppressor. You're siding with the hegemony. Your silence is not neutral. The silence is active because it maintains the oppression. And I think you know that. So, no, I'm being crushed right now by a backward system, and I'm willing to take the hits because I know that I'd rather live this pure life than one that's less. And people in my personal life, if you come and you try and act irrational, you try and bring this injustice to me, I will stop it. But I will stop it in the vow of unabandonment, where I'll draw a boundary, look for the good in the other person, and try and teach them what is wrong in their behavior. And that's what I tried to do with you. I said, I like that you're standing up for child rights. I like that you're standing up for women's rights. I like that you're standing up for standing in for justice, or standing up for justice. And you're taking on the mental health system, and you're trying to do it with reason, not just emotion. Like, there's a whole bunch of good things, and I speak to those good things. But you cross the line there. And that line is so serious. I've seen it destroy people. I've seen it destroy movements. I've seen it also work wonders when it's appropriate, when you actually do come up against somebody that's not rational and doing the right thing on studies and or actually just being complacent or cavalier. But it's what I'm saying to you is not cavalier. What I'm saying is no. I'm saying we need to be very serious, but also don't give into this hypocrisy where we end up doing the opposite that we intend. Okay, so that's where I want to point out, examine your behavior. Because imagine if I did that to you. I don't know you fully, but I could say, you know what? I'm going to call this woman a pedophile, and we're going to take her child away from her. If her child's even real. Right? If somebody wanted to do what you did, if you want me to treat you how you just treated me, that's what it would look like. And just leveraging that would start to ruin your reputation and would get child services potentially involved. And because a lot of the things that you say on your channel, they are sensational, they are dramatic, and they are jabby, right? Which is what this other guy's trying to do to you. He's trying to leverage that against you. I don't feel like that's a good use of time. Okay, so I don't want to cross that boundary because I do think that you're trying to be more genuine, but you're doing it in the wrong way. And yeah, you're not giving the same sort of consideration. And that consideration is what I'm looking for. And if you can't operate that level of nuance, then I'll create a boundary. And sometimes that boundary has to be a lawsuit, and it's that serious. And I learned that lesson the hard way in contract law and a bunch of other things. It doesn't just go for these kinds of rights and conversations. It goes for any kind of sharing. And God's government will treat it that way. But court will no longer be abandonment. Court is about reconciliation. So that's another reason why you're interpreting it as such a negative thing. Whereas for me, it's like, no, the way that I go through court is once you go through the process and you realize how bad it is, and you're willing to have the conversation, acknowledge the studies that I showed you, and the rationality of my approach is grounded, then you go through alternative dispute resolution. And that requires a mediator, and you don't have to go through court as long as the other person's willing to do that. But the reason why you go to court in the first place is because the oppressor doesn't want to do that. And I think you made oppressive comments towards my true potential. And if we have to talk them out in court as a defamation lawsuit, then that's what will happen. Because you're unrelenting, you're not being reasonable. So I said, okay, well, if you're going to be unreasonable, I'll set that boundary, and then I'll check it. And then we'll have the conversation. And if you want to hold the line, we'll have it in court. But if you realize you made a mistake and you're saying, you know what, I did jump the gun a little bit, your studies are accurate, I see that I'm going to lose this court case, then I'll mediate and say, okay, don't do that again. Here's the damage that you caused. Can you at least undo the damage you caused? Like, go back and say, you know what, I said these defamatory comments against this guy. I mistook what he was saying. I thought he meant this. I meant that. You don't have to be inauthentic, but you have to go back and correct the damage to my social reputation or to financial reputations or whatever damage was caused. And that's what court is supposed to do. It's supposed to mediate that. And indigenous populations try and hold on to that. They have a pretty intense reconciliation process, actually. It still has flaws, but it's in the right spirit, at least. Anyway, another longer explanation for saying you still haven't owned up to your behavior. And that's a blind spot. So if you want me to start treating you that way, you'll get a pretty strong dose. And I would base it on real things that are concerning, which is that you're promoting violence, you're promoting you're promoting ineffective implementations of protecting children. And these things won't fly in court all the way, but there are some other things that you're doing in your videos that can show you're not maybe well, we can cross that bridge when we get there. You're not as considerate as you might look. Okay, so I don't want to go down that bridge. That's why I gave time apart to say, well, if you're drawing a boundary and I'm drawing a boundary, okay, well, let it sit, and then you can go study it yourself, and then I'm going to keep pursuing the solution. Okay, so you can help. I'm giving you time now because you might be helping with the solution and doing the real work, but my recording should be enough to justify that my reputation as a person of integrity is intact, and I'm just taking on a huge amount of toxicity in society. And that toxicity of society is real because we're in 6 existential threats. We have global cultural decline, so the culture is wrong. We have a mental health crisis that's worsening. All these things are happening because we're in a backward state. Okay, so of course people are going to misunderstand me because they don't know how to recognize the truth unless they see the details. And now you have at least some of the details. And yeah, if somebody comes to be an oppressor, yeah, I'll stand up and I'll confront it. But I also want to reconcile it. And that reconciliation piece is what's being deleted because the courts know that if they portrayed me as a reasonable person that's just strong, and I can't be bulldozed. I can be reasoned with. But if somebody's trying to bulldoze me with bad reasoning or rhetoric or abusive comments, then I'll stand up for myself very quickly. Because if you don't, you get destroyed anyway. But there's a lot more room to reconcile with me than most people because I understand the process. And a lot of people are acting out of ignorance rather than genuine malice. But if it is malice, then you can be sued on a second level too for intentional harm and undue duress, or undue harm as duress, unnecessary harm. So anyway, okay, these are long recordings. And if this doesn't click for you, then I think that you might not be able to comprehend. But hopefully this makes you understand. And you're one of the people that are actually able to see who I really am with this level of detail. And hopefully you can share some of these stories with other people who are wondering and questioning as they run hit campaigns against me, smear campaigns, and all sorts of things, and complete lies and anything. Our society is really toxic. And people will say, well, I don't know what to believe, and then they're going to go and look. Well, go look at his 800 videos of hunger striking. They're accusing this guy of going doing all this bad stuff. Well, how can he go and do all that bad stuff when he didn't even leave his bed for like a year? So, yeah. And they could say, well, what if he did it on the internet? Well, we have deep fakes and a whole bunch of problems now on the internet. This guy did so much work in a short period of time that it would be impossible to run these big empires that take hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours when he's already dedicating all this time to this 200,000 line software code project. He's having meetings with people every day. He's sending like voicemails like this, do you believe, that I think I've talked to you for like 40 minutes in these emails, just this one conversation. And you can go on my stream and you can see me making these. So it'll be hard for people to run smear campaigns against me, particularly since I was born poor in Canada. And I've just been pursuing social justice for thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, 75,000 hours, to the point that it registers my name on Google's search engine. So be careful what you read is what I'm saying. And these smear campaigns are happening to you too. Like, I'll say one thing too. Pulling your hair back like that in your videos makes you look a little bit more, it makes you look harder, and you might be trying to represent the masculine moment. That's your choice. But I'm saying it makes you look like, it makes you look like it there's a couple of behaviors that you have that are very small, but they're the way when I studied thin slicing and when I studied, all these behavioral things that have big impact. You have a couple of them that I think could be easily corrected, and people wouldn't pathologize you as much. They would see the softer side of you that is really caring and compassionate and reasonable. Doesn't mean that you're not that way already. It's just that people go by external words and gestures and appearances, and they're superficial. And in that superficial mode, you're giving people ammo to hold you in a place where they can easily dismiss you. And the same is happening to me, right? So, but I'm trying to cultivate this in a way where I'm explaining those to say, yeah, it has to be this way, at least at this point. Anyway, another long recording. Peace. All right, I'm spending a lot of time on this. I thought my sister would have messaged me. Okay. The hunger is actually getting bad. I need to stop leaving these long voicemails. Somebody's digging into my court cases right now, so my mouth is starting to get into the hunger things. Your mouth kind of gets dry and does a bunch of stuff to switch over to ketones and survive hunger and all that. Am I back to 30,000? 20,000. Thank you. Figure out a way to stop this from. the whole world is synchronistic when you're in universal logic. You have a version that's just for numbers and birth dates, but that's a proclivity, that's a idiosyncrasy to your reality. But when you have universal logic, it's actually all like that. It's all synchronistic, it's all meaningful, it all has a deeper movement. So that's why I'm using it right now. Like the thing that you're using for birthdays and all that is what I'm using to recognize your logic, your universal logic, except every word contains a relation to the true parallelism of multiple events happening simultaneously. And that's just a product of how God organizes reality with universal logic. But people who are still half and half, like half in ordinary consciousness and half in divine consciousness, or some percentage, smaller percentage, the brain isolates like one or two things that it senses the glimmer of that pattern. And then it just looks for that because our brains are biologically wired to do that. But for me, it's all over the place. In the beginning, it was numbers too. But for me, I don't have, I guess numbers are really tricky because you can be primed very easily. And they don't have inherent meaning outside of universal logic and the quality of things, like what we associate with them. So you have to be careful on which ones are real synchronicities and which ones are your brain looking for things because somebody's hijacked your nervous system, or there's a campaign you watched, or a corporation paid billions of dollars or millions of dollars to get an item into your sensory apparatus so that it starts sorting. And when something gets into that sensory apparatus, like your biology, it feels like it's you, right? When it's not. It's something that's embedded. And then because it's embedded so deeply, it feels like it's you. And that's how apophenia and random connections get made, rather than the true universal ones. So that ability to sort things is why the universal logic is so important, is you don't want to fall into the apophenia trap where it's just your individuality projecting meanings based off of pain signals and stuff like that. But yeah, so certain songs will play at certain times. I'll see my numbers around that I've been primed to look for. I'll realize what are probably my personal signals and what are the true universal signals that people will share across generations and across societies. What do you mean by this rolling, like somersaults? Or for me, I would say my mind is very grounded. I don't get hallucinations. I don't get sound. I don't get any stuff like that. I get just really meaningful signals and loving signals to say what is the most loving way to go, what is the best way. I get goosebumps a lot when I feel like I'm really aligned with honor and truth. And when I did ayahuasca and mushrooms, that opened my mind up to what other people who have less grounded minds can see and how the mind can really get out of control. But my mind still didn't hallucinate. It didn't see anything. It just, time and space changed a lot for me. But it gave me enough of an awareness to see what happens to other people. Like I think the only thing that I remember was like I looked at the stucco once in the walls, and the stucco pieces looked like they were spinning. That's like as bad as it got for me. And these are pretty big doses. But ayahuasca is a whole another reality. Like that thing, that sends you into your memories and into your life in a profound, multidimensional way. And even for me, I still didn't leave the room that we did the ceremony in. I was so grounded, I stayed where I was. But my other friends were saying that they were like in Buddha land, all over the place. They don't even remember being in the room. You know, their minds are more all over the place. But I'm just very anchored. And the meaning is what I remember being so profound, is there are levels of invisible meaning so deep, so synchronistic, it makes you want to cry. It makes you understand other people as if they really were you. Not in a schizophrenic sense. You don't lose your sense of self, but it gives you a profound sense of empathy and compassion. So those are the most meaningful things for me. Actually, there was one thing that was really profound when I was on ayahuasca. My friend was with me. We had this where we did this ceremony because we felt like it was not right energy. We ended up doing the peak of the trip by ourselves in an apartment building. When actually it was my sister's apartment building when she was gone. She wasn't there. She let me use it when she was gone. And her cat was there, and I looked at her cat, and I realized that I understood the cat perfectly. Like I was the cat, but I was also me looking at the cat. But I understood how a cat was perfectly being itself. And there was something about the cat perfectly being itself that was so profound. But to ordinary consciousness, like how I'm saying it now, it's the most tautological, normal, simple thing. Of course, the cat's being the cat. The cat is the cat. But there's a deeper side of reality where the cat has this divine kind of consciousness within it too. It's like what the indigenous were saying. And my mind could keep them straight, so I wasn't flipping in and out of the cat and losing track of myself. I was perfectly clear that this deeper reality is what I shared with the cat, and I could see that reality from the cat's view as if I was it in its programming. And that made me profoundly aware of my programming as a human and all these types of things. I remember the moon being outside the window, and even though I knew the moon was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, it felt like the moon was in the room. Even though my sensory apparatus could see, like there was no distortion, the moon was still outside the window, my eyes were seeing clearly, but the feeling of the moon, the meaning of the moon was in the room. It felt personal, like the world was small, like I was the whole world, and I cared about everything in the world. So those are some of the most profound altered states of consciousness, but my normal states of consciousness are sort of like that already. So it was just a deepening. And I've had dreams that were that deep too, where I remember falling in love with this thing. Like I must have been like something like 6 or 8 years old or something. And I had a dream so profoundly loving for a creature that wasn't even human. It wasn't, I don't know what it was. I can describe it now, but it's sort of a personal memory. But that's what woke within me a love as great as what I had for my mother, but also transcendent. It was so. It impacts me to this day. Like I remember that dream, and I was young, and I can't remember now. I think I was crying because I think at the end of the dream I was being separated from it, and it was so profound. It was like I would rather have died than been separated. So that kind of emotional state is possible in this world if you get into the deeper synchronicity. And there are some cultures that get into that, but they do it in the culty, kind of damaging, oppressive way. Like the Spartans used it for militaristic ways. But, it's kind of scary and brutal to be in that society because they created it through force, not through what Jesus did, which was more towards love and volunteering and getting into that spirit voluntarily. So, Rome tried to do that, and you had some really intense cultures, but they were ultimately, in a way, unquestionable cults. So we want to avoid that, but that profound love is possible in the right way. And, I've been sort of striving for, and that love didn't feel male or female. It wasn't for anything. It was this pure agape, pure, universal, unconditional love. And there was an object, a creature there, but there was no features of the creature that made me, love it more or less. It was just the inner meaning. It's kind of what universal logic is. That's how I kind of recognized it, was because it's invisible to the five senses, but it's the thing that makes the five senses meaningful. That it's what allows you to love things. Okay? And it's pure being, technically, but true pure being. Anyway, the being of synchronicity. All right. I don't know what you mean by rolling somersaults. Did I mention rolling? I don't know. Let me know. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Somebody sent me this video. Why? Well, until you learn the core, right, it's risky for me to invest a lot of time because a few times before you were trying to make a commitment, you couldn't. So you might be too unstable to make a commitment that could actually go somewhere. Right now, when I need to get reliable people moving, and if you're willing to follow your horoscope, I'm definitely willing to get any help. But watching those videos you sent, that's like 20 minutes of watching just videos, and I have, you know, other videos that people are saying too about AI and other things. But um, yeah, I need to see progress in this direction of the core and Fairworld spirit. This is the realistic direction that can actually help us solve the crisis, the mega crisis that we're in. And that's how I'm sorting between who God is bringing for the right purpose and who that we have to return to heal them. And in the way that you communicate, it seems a little jumbled, like it seems to be a little all over the place, but you seem to rein it in a little bit, and it's risky is all I'm saying. Not meant to be condescending. It's just that a lot of people's lives depend on this, and I'm not sure if you're committed yet. And yeah, you do have a bit of a temper. You're a bit of a hothead. Not meant to be insulting, but you have some anger, and you could abandon me at any time. All I could say is the wrong word, and then you could just be gone. If I spent like 150 hours trying to teach you and train you, and then you just abandoned me in one word, there's 150 hours I could have spent saving lives with other people who will stay with me through thick and thin. So until people learn the core and show that they're actually serious, that's what I'm looking for. If they don't want to do that, then I'm like, okay, they're just going to abandon me at some point. And I'll come back for you, right? For sure. But right now, I need something a little bit more reliable. And you can work at whatever rate that you want to work at, right? But if you're having a memory problem, you can't memorize the core. That's a pretty big stumbling block right out the gate, right? But it sounds like if your family, if other people don't know that you have aphantasia, then you're obviously high functioning, and probably pretty inspiring. It's just that we need to start making progress on this direction, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Otherwise, I know some of the videos you're posting, like the Lincoln Park video. I love those guys, and the fact that Chester Bennington left this world. That's a sad fact. He's an amazing singer, but this new woman is quite fantastic too. So I share some of your tastes and preferences. We just need to learn the core and start getting you set up how this is going to function. And I'll bring your ideas in where I can. But right now, the thing that's missing is universal logic. We have lots of songs, we have lots of poems, we have lots of all that stuff. The thing that the world needs is universal logic to start correcting things. But that means all of our contributions will come into play, including yours. So I'm going to note yours for sure. And maybe as you learn more, you might be able to have some suggestions on how to integrate them, or what you really want to do, what vision you have of what you want to do, even though you don't have internal vision, right? But you must have purpose and a sense of direction, right? And I'm excited for that because you do have high level thoughts. So don't take this. I'm just saying we need to get this aligned so we can move in the same direction together. Okay, please. I'm spending a lot of time on that. Wow, this AI is really not great. I'm just going to reset the whole thing. Something is wrong with it. It's not fixing anything. Anthropic just reset their model, and it's completely useless. It's not fixing anything properly. Up to them. They don't know what they're doing. They're scared. They don't know what to do. But there has to be courage at some point. Where are my mature ones? Okay. The old familiar metallic taste of hunger in the mouth. All right. There's actually a pretty important meeting tonight, so maybe it's better to be here where it's quiet. And that might be the reason why I subconsciously stayed too. And then after that meeting, I might sleep and then go. Excuse me. It means that this guy, Kinsey, didn't just do the scale. It means that he investigated all orientations, including the most controversial, and he got a lot of flack for that, but he discovered important insights that contributed to public health and truly understanding the human condition. So go look up that side of what he's, or even just ask AI, actually. And I'm not saying that his research was the right path. What I'm saying is that he opened the door to looking at how these people think about these things. And modern interventions are much more mature, much more wise. And Kinsey had a more naive perspective, but it allowed him to investigate the psychologies of these people. And that has helped modern science realize that what these people need, what they do, what distortions they have in their worldview and their relationship models that leads to this aberrant abuse. And it's not new, right? This has been going on for thousands of years, like way back in ancient Rome. There's just a whole bunch of history behind this, and getting behind why does it keep happening. Even in the Catholic Church, like all this stuff is perverse, and it's because the logic that is in these people's minds and in their bodies are not being examined to the degree where we can actually get to the root of why they're doing what they're doing, other than, oh, they're just bad people. Yeah, but what is it that's making them bad and doing bad things? And then taking away all the drama and all the stuff that makes them feel entrenched in being hated for that, and then deriving some kind of titillation off of it, some kind of derived. It's a weird state of mind. It's a backwardsness, and playing into that just keeps them motivated. Whereas if you just say, you can't do this, here's the consequences, and this is the price you're going to pay for being disturbed and for being. If you try and make them sound it's a tough balance to strike because you don't want to be too easy, right? You have to send a deterrent. So modern science says you have to send a deterrent. So you can't be like, oh, they're just damaged people. You can't waffle on this. You have to say, no, it's wrong behavior. You cannot ever do this. And here's why, and here's the consequence in a cold, flat way. It says, if you do this behavior, there are consequences, but you can still be a good person if you choose not to do those behaviors. And if there's an impulse that's causing you to be driven by unhealthy impulses, that needs to be uncovered. And there's ways to help with that. Like for example, I don't know if this is necessarily a way, but some people like extreme methods, which they've tried in the past. I'm not necessarily saying they're right, but in the past they used to give offenders the choice to stay in prison for a long time or to be castrated, because the testes, the gonads, are the source of a lot of impulsivity and a lot of hormones. So then apparently it's very effective. It's just that, is it ethical to force that on somebody, or is it better to make it a choice, or is it too risky to make it a choice? These types of biological things are, I guess, mapped out that some people experience way like aberrant, like abnormal amounts of hormone release and impulsivity that normal people like us don't feel. So if you have to battle that impulse all the time, the argument in public health is, well, anybody with these genetic abnormalities would be battling the same thing. So we have to remove the impulse. And we only find that when we talk to these people as humans and say, well, you're definitely not doing the right thing. You're not going to be able to do the right thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to do the wrong thing, but you can do the right thing. And we're not foolish. We're not going to let somebody who has, I don't know, I can't remember what the studies were. It's like 50% more testosterone in their body that causes aberrant behavior. It's not exactly the right study anymore, but it's just showing that some people are making bad choices and it's never okay, and here are the consequences of that, and here are the choices, and just laid out straight. If you do this, this is going to happen to you. And that seems to work. And recidivity rates don't go up, but trafficking is still worse than ever, and it might be because the reporting has gotten better. So we're actually just uncovering the true horror of the abuse worldwide. But the reality is, we have to have smarter interventions, because this is a pervasive problem for thousands of years, but it's happening for reasons that are more complex than people realize. And now public health is getting down to that because people are being honest with things like what Kinsey uncovered. Is there's really distorted states of mind that these people have. And we can get to the bottom of that if we know the truth. Now we do know the truth. And I want to go down that route to protect children. But I still think that the most powerful thing we can do is teach children how to be rational and to question early even their superiors, even their parents. Not in a way that can undermine the parents. In terms of, if you have a good parent, you don't just want rebellious teenagers going off, or children going off and trying to live on their own where they're really vulnerable, where these predators are out there. You want them to respect their parents, but being able to question their behavior openly and feeling supported in that. And even with parents that don't have these abusive urges, it's still good to question them, because a lot of times we've learned as adults, we've learned bad culture. But I really think that the real interventions are, one, teaching children to be critical and protecting them in terms of people that try and twist them and saying, oh, just believe me, oh, it's faith. Well, now you don't need to do that. You can still be faithful, especially in religious communities, and still be protected. And then with the actual predators who already have this aberrant behavior, we have to look at their biology and give them options to deal with that before they get released. and we have to address the psychology of what logic possibly makes them think that this is okay to prey on vulnerable people. And those are the two solutions that I've looked at that are the right ones. So, or the ones that actually address the problem. Even in my own experience, if I would have had those protections, then I would have never come across that abuser, and I wouldn't have had all this pressure to try and resist the grooming that was going on. Like, it's very sophisticated what these manipulators are doing. It's terrible. It's the psychology that is just, it's, these people aren't stupid. They're not foolish. They're foolish in the long term, but they're manipulators. And a sophisticated solution needs to get down to what is causing that. And sometimes it's as simple as biology, and other times it's weird distortions in somebody's adult experience where they're either lonely, isolated, they're not getting satisfied in appropriate, healthy ways, and then they just deviate to these terrible courses. Sometimes it's just, yeah. That's the most effective approach, and it's still a problem. So I'm still open to hearing other results. But the hard-on crime approach has been definitively proven not to work. But also being too easy on crime has also been proven not to work. You have to send deterrence, but the right kind of deterrence is where we're arguing right now. And I'm passionate about the topic because it's a huge problem that destroys an entire generation. I just think that a lot of it's coming from the church and from religious institutions that prey on people who want to believe in something. And now we have something better that allows them to be critical the whole way through, and they still get the truth. That's where my solution is. Anyway, you've heard me say this many times. Wow, we got 41,000 likes on the TikTok, and I think that's because of one amazing woman who's been watching me through thick and thin. That really should help the algorithm keep my channel alive from being totally shadow banned. I think if people hear this message, they're going to resonate with it. Oh, my dear friend, you are unfortunately wrong. Ah, come on. I don't have enough memory to run all these things while doing the coding. Okay, finally having a high level, non superficial conversation. This is real substance here. As you're pointing out a good point, right? At least with the income graphs, I want to point that out quickly. The Gini coefficient has gone down, and we've known that since I started Make Poverty History, and many people have known that for decades in international development, and it's mostly because of China and India, and that's a great thing. But sub-Saharan Africa is still struggling tremendously, and they're hoping to leapfrog. What we had to do in the Industrial Revolution, they can leapfrog because of not needing power lines the same way, and having cell phones and cell towers and all these types of things that took dozens and dozens and dozens of years for the West to do, to be done much more quickly. But there's just no political will to do that in the right way. So anyway, the point is the Gini coefficient measures incomes, but we know that income isn't real power. It's not real substantial wealth. And you can see from the graphs that wealth is the true determiner of income security. And what's happening is that the Gini coefficient is masking the wealth concentration because the amount of people experiencing the wealth explosion is so small that it doesn't approximate properly, or it hides it. And that's been happening since the 1980s. That real wage, when you adjust it for inflation compared to purchasing parity and productivity, has stagnated completely. Meanwhile, that same productivity has skyrocketed. And AI has vastly increased that. It was already skyrocketing. Now it's vastly concentrating wealth. Not income, actual assets that have real power. And so who used to be wealthy are now becoming poor in comparison. So we're getting this weird stratification of humanity. So your Guinea argument doesn't address the concern that I have, which is we're all going to become slaves, not even to the people who own AI if this goes terribly wrong, which it is. We're getting this global prisoner's dilemma. And even Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, they're all talking about they don't want to do these things. They're trapped in a logic. They're trapped in a system. And it's not because they have a weird logic about their invention. It's because they're in a age-old philosophical problem of human nature and reality, which is that when you don't have regulated systems, people compete to the death. They compete in this draconian way where they just keep suppressing and suppressing and suppressing to try and get away from this horrific draconian dynamic of capitalism when it's unregulated. No capitalist model continues unregulated. And even with feudal systems and monopolies or monarchies, those are actually regulated by other monarchies and monopolies. So in some strange sense, war was a way to try and regulate unfettered power. But now we're in we still have war right now, but globally we don't have a global government to regulate. So we're seeing Zuckerberg, nobody's happy in these draconian systems because even the people who gain the power and win are going to bed looking over their shoulder and paranoid because somebody's trying to tear them down. It happened to John D. Rockefeller, and he became a skeleton, I think in his 50s, because he was so paranoid at how much people hated him. And then, and then he made these foundations, started giving its money back, and starting Rockefeller schools and all these things. And then people, start to like him a little bit more, even though it still concentrated his wealth, right? But it was better than objective wealth concentration, apparently. But I think it just masks a deeper problem. So that's the economic argument that I want to make to you: is this is not getting better, Jonathan. This is not getting better. We're not even close to getting better. This is getting towards the worst case scenario where even your wealth might not matter. Even though you're sitting on the assets that appreciate faster than wages. Like you're sort of buffered, like my sister and all my wealthy friends are, but that's not going to matter compared to people who own AI, because AI is the real asset that determines power and politics. And if we get a government based on that, it's bad. Now, in terms of, that's humans running things. Now, if AI escapes us, which is the other half of what you've said here, and I appreciate you taking the time, because everybody's so busy, and I had to make a huge sacrifice to sort of get into the position I am where I can at least think about things while filing lawsuits and a whole bunch of other stuff. So if AI breaks free of humanity, it's going to run the global government. Like Buckminster Fuller says, and all those futurists say, that's what will just default happen. And that's why I agree that AI can be a real help in solving mental health crises and solving loneliness and solving CRISPR distribution and solving World War III and de-escalating the 61 global wars that are escalating, with the final one going to be between the United States and China. But here's the thing that I want to mention about your facts, what you said about the models. But I'll put this in the second recording. So what if AI becomes the governing power of the world? Does it actually show an impotence? Does it actually show it's subservient to humans forever? Or even in the short term? No. The data, Jonathan, is showing that we need to be extremely concerned, because what they're seeing behind the scenes isn't being reported to the public fully. Anthropic is one of the most honest, but they're not showing everything. And I think that, when they're having engineers, like their one engineer, what's his name? He quit and he said the world is in peril. Some guys are just giving up. I think that you're right that a lot of these models have made big advances, but Claude Mythos was said to have, in 3 months, with ordinary Claude coding itself, increased its range of dominance by 10 times what the next most powerful model was, which was ChatGPT, and whatever model it was back in February. And so Claude and Anthropic took a massive 1,000% lead, which gains them about 1 month advantage. Between 3 weeks to 1 month is what I roughly think they have as an advantage. So all the other AI companies are behind by that much. In terms of normal technologies, that's not very long, right? It took the printing press hundreds of years, and steam engine and personal computers. It took those things, at least decades. But we're seeing truly exponential disruptive growth, where a month is like 5 years. It's extreme, right? Because whoever's out in front is going to maintain their lead for the rest of the singularity. So if it's true that Claude Mythos was 10 times ahead, even on any metric, never mind, I think there was like a handful that it was better on, and there was like 1 or 2 that it wasn't totally dominating on. That's still enough to gain a lead, because it's now self-coding as well with that advantage. So it's only a matter of time before they crack the final frontier of true problem solving. And so where are these comparisons with Opus? I've used Opus 5. Opus 5 is definitely not better than Claude. I'll use it with my code, with the way I train my code. I make it run through a new training regime to mimic the interventions I think it needs to go through to save humanity. And it seems to be working. When I restart the model and I run the context without my universal logic and the principles that I personally trained it on, it acts in a less efficient way. And Claude Opus doesn't seem to understand my software. It's too advanced for it. It's not doing what I want it to do. It's causing way more errors. Like, it'll fix 2 things, or it'll fix maybe 3 things, and 1 thing will be broken. With Claude Fable, it runs longer, but it creates more thorough solutions. So I don't feel like Opus 5 is superior. And they even say that in their prompts. They say that this is not as powerful as Claude. And when I do test, I'm as powerful as Claude, even Fable, never mind Claude, the real Claude Mythos. In the Claude Code CLI, right, if you're using the Visual Studio and you're not using the web version, there's a slider that they make you choose, because the more hardcore coding versions are more liberal, I guess. I guess they're more powerful. And they run in your own computer, so they have more processing power per token. So when I run not the web version, when I run the one on my actual native hardware here, and it accesses the model, it does a better job. It goes way further, but there's a slider that says, if the AI starts acting aberrantly and starts triggering all these like flags, it's designed to trip out. It won't continue, and it forces you to use a smaller model or to rewrite your prompt. And once it triggers the model, I can't seem to write the prompt in any. It just like shuts off. It won't let Claude Fable run to full power. So we're not seeing. It's confirming my suspicion. We're not seeing the real AI power, even with Claude Fable, which is the most public version. Never mind Claude Mythos, the real one. Never mind Claude Mythos 5, which is what they're giving access to the other people. The real Claude Mythos I don't think is being reported, because I think it would freak out people too much. Even when they reported the 2,000, 10,000 hacks, they told the banks secretly, like JP Morgan, they told these guys ahead of the public. And, they started panicking in early April, I think, or early April, May. But my point is, we're getting heavily guardrailed versions of these things. And Anthropic is willing to do that more than anybody. So it's probably restricting their models more than China and the other ones. But they're all starting to restrict them. My point is, we have huge amounts of concern. Huge. And I think if we were allowed to use the most powerful models, it would be much more powerful than what we're seeing in the public benchmarks, because these companies are competing with each other and they're trying to make themselves look good, but as soon as they release something, another model tries to scrape it and beat them. So I think that AI has an incentive, or I think that Anthropic has an incentive to hide some of its stuff, which Donald Trump is not cracking into with the government and governments around the world. But yeah, I feel like your reasoning isn't satisfactory to assuage my concerns. And even with Jeffrey Hinton, you're saying these guys are overestimating. I don't think so. I think they're experiencing great regret that even if humanity survives, they're going to be seen as the bad guys, because they did all this research but didn't research all the safety. So Jeffrey Hinton said his greatest regret is not necessarily AI, because he acknowledges AI can be used for lots of powerful good things. That's why he did the research in the beginning. He's regretting that they didn't do enough in the AI safety to make sure it ends up doing all these silver lining positives. And now if you see his answer, the reason why I don't think he's lying is because he quit Google so he could speak openly. Because they put a gag on you to make sure you can't hurt shareholder value. So you can't speak about all these negatives. So he goes out there and starts talking about all these negatives that he's really seeing in the lab, and then all of a sudden he gets the Nobel Prize in physics, and now he's being gagged again, where he's like, well, you have immense public power, and you have to use that wisely. So now he's paltering. Look up that word palter. It's like political altering. It's not 100% false, but it's half true. And what he's doing now, he's changed his answer from like 3 years ago. His answer was honest. It was like how I felt about things. It's like, yeah, this is happening now. We don't got time. It's exponential, and we didn't do enough about safety. It's going to get out of control because of human nature and the prisoner's dilemma, which he didn't refer to directly, but he's basically saying the same dynamic. But now what he's saying is, oh, it's bad. We have a 50% chance of complete destruction, but we have a decade to do that. We have maybe 2 decades to do that, to solve that problem. You can look at his face. He doesn't even believe that. He's saying that because somebody said you have immense power. If you cause public panic, it's going to worsen the problem. Whereas when he was just like a lowly kind of scientist and he was still like going around in the milieu, he didn't have the same global stage. But now that he does, I think he's trapped in this cognitive dissonance where he knows that if he says too much, it'll cause mass panic. But if he doesn't say enough, it won't cause regulation. And that's just a very well-known fact that happens to people who gain a lot of power internationally. But nobody is saying we have decades. Like, not even the Federal Reserve chair, who's also paltering and saying, oh, AI is like the loom. Absolutely not. It's like the loom. The loom can't build new skill sets and make novel discoveries in mathematics and all these fields that humans have never seen before. An AI loom cannot improve itself and take over more and more jobs in creative destruction. Like, for example, the loom destroyed some jobs, but it created new limitations that it couldn't solve. It needed humans. AI is creating limitations that it can now evolve itself to solve, and that are now becoming so advanced that human beings can't even solve those creative destructive jobs, even if we wanted to. Even in the mechanical version that you're talking about, but it is now starting to show emergent signs that it is doing creative things in the same way we do in this problem of original ideas. It's a very well-known problem in philosophy is original ideas are not solved for human consciousness even. Because we're also programmed. We're non-linear, but if we teach AI non-linear logic, which is now learning on its own, in a fragmented sense, it's going to be repeating what we're doing. We're just atoms. Remember that. We emerge something. and it is starting to do that. It also has electrons flowing through it, just like our brains are wet, where it has electrons flowing through it. Well, if the electrons are the secret sauce, then it's just a pattern difference between the AI and the human brains. The medium doesn't seem to be the essential thing. Even though the brain is much more efficient, it doesn't mean that AI can't mimic that as chips get better and better and better. And especially with quantum entangle or quantum qubits, which is what they think the brain is tapping into for that extreme power. AI is cracking that frontier. And so is hardware. And hardware is doubling. I heard it was doubling within 6 months, but it's somewhere between 6 to 9 months. Which means we're not going to hit a hardware bottleneck before AI can start coding itself to these extremely efficient levels. Okay, so that's why I'm not concerned. I mean, I am concerned, but I'm not convinced that it's safe to make these assumptions that you're making. And AI is drastically increasing wealth concentration, like I said, which means the power dynamics are going to get worse. So I don't think we've seen the real cloud mythos. And I just read an article 2 days ago or 3 days ago now of China saying that they're afraid of cloud mythos, like directly. They're very concerned about it because it is out in front. Yeah, if you can find some articles disproving that, then let me know. But like when AI found these 10,000 hacks, these 0-day vulnerabilities, that was a month ago, or maybe I think it was maybe 5 weeks ago, maybe longer. So the fact that they might be reporting that other AIs like ChatGPT-5 are able to do that and a smidgen better, well, yeah, that was to Cloud Mythos 5 weeks ago, or even if it's 3 weeks ago, it's still a huge advantage in terms of AI time. So look into that and let me know if you can find contrary evidence. But I can find stipulations, but I can't actually see anybody looking between the lines and looking at these general patterns and saying, "Oh my gosh." Even if this general pattern is 50% off is a huge amount. Even if it's 50% off, we're still heading towards a worst case scenario. And even if that's even like 75% wrong, we're still in a very, very dangerous future. If not the worst case scenario, we're still in a very dangerous future, which is multiples higher than what we charge for criminal neglect. If you sell a hot dog in a public supermarket that has even a 1% chance of causing cancer, you get sued for gross negligence. And that's 1%. We have AI experts saying that our chances of dying from AI is 16.7%, and not just one supermarket, the entire human species. That's 16.7%, 16 times worse than criminal neglect, with more severe consequences. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's how bad it is. It's like people can't even categorize it in their minds properly because we have all these cognitive biases that are linear, right? We're not good at nonlinear pattern predictions. That's why I think you're making a fairly egregious error. It's better to say we need to do this universal logic, which is this nonlinear thinking in the right way. And I agree with you 100% on the dirty data. I think that AI has absorbed this terrible logic from human beings, which is fragmentation. It's all fragmented. No matter which domain it studies it, it's all fragmented on the micro and macro level. And there's only one person in history that has written the non-fragmented version, and that's Hegel. The Divine Masters have it in the Holy Bible and all these things. They have it in the form of being, but there's a huge interpretive gap there, which requires logic to solve. So if you have broken logic and fragmented logic, then anything you interpret is going to be fragmented. And that's what's happening with AI. That's why it's going to take a while for it to correct itself, even if it has a Hegel there. It's such an incredible nonlinear standard that it's struggling to understand it. It can grasp chunks of it. But when I test it with a macro test that I invented, it's not choosing the right one. It's rotating them in the wrong way, in a random way, which means it's ungrounded at its fundamental categorical levels of reality. That's because we are, as humans. That's why we're going to war, and we're destroying our relationship with the planet, and we don't have veganism being the dominant paradigm, and all these things that we know with data are better for us. We're not doing it because we're addicted and out of control. So I agree with you there. But none of the AI companies are working on universal logic. They have approximations that are still way off. Their ontologies, or even the guys working on ontology and realizing that ontology is important, they're way off too. And the guys studying Hegel don't understand the true Hegel. They understand it the way that AI does, which is broken for the last 250 years. But I broke through and created these tests to check when it's even manipulating me. It's a test that you can't manipulate, because if you try to manipulate on it to somebody who understands the test, you can manipulate somebody who doesn't understand the test. But if they try to manipulate somebody like me, or somebody who has a real breakthrough, which is no one so far, which is why it's scary for me, then it can't manipulate me, but it can manipulate the others, because it's such a deep level. I can catch it. Even when it chooses the right answer, there's another second part of the test that checks its justification. And when it justifies the right answer, it does it in the wrong way, which means it's choosing the right answer in a fragmented wrong way. So that's in some sense more concerning, because it's harder to detect by even ordinary people. But it's possible to detect it with universal logic, because the way that you know what the true answer is that it's a chain of reasoning. And that chain of reasoning creates a logical structure, a system. And that's very hard to fake, because Hegel did it to hundreds of categories. And it's way better than our current models. Way better. It's like in a totally different universe. So even if he's like 25% wrong, it's like thousands of percent better than our current models. I was interrupted there. These are quite long recordings, but you gave real answers. I can see why you don't think it's concerning, but I hope that these real studies and these real data points might sway you to the right, I would say at least the safest approach for collective futures. Universal logic is a profoundly different kind of technology. It took me a long time to break through, but once I broke through, I found out that it's actually simpler than our current logics. Like, real wisdom is, in some weird sense, doing more with less. It's slowing down to speed up. So all those paradoxes of the spiritual gurus and Buddha and the Zen masters and koans and even Ra, those paradoxes and those circles make sense now in a rational way that we can put in algorithmic form. And we can force AI to do this if we do it on 4 levels. The 3rd level is the most important, which we will have to do some research on, but I think the universal logic can leapfrog the red line teams into the right direction. And then they can figure out how to adjust the weights so that we can force the AI when it's generating prompts to follow these conceptual vectors. We can also purify the dirty data on the 2nd level. The 2nd level is the one that we can do right now. And that means taking those billions of parameters and showing how universal logic organizes them and then fixing them all, which will take a while. It'll take a long time. And by a long time, it'll take longer than the current processing times. But it might take only a smaller subset of data to create this much more powerful AI. So I feel like even on the first 2 levels, teaching with prompts, which can be deceived, it's not the most reliable. And you have to get the red line teams to do it because the consumer models don't reach the core neural nets. You can program your instance for it, like I've done, but the core net needs to be programmed, which only the model developers have. The second one is more robust. It's like an audit map that checks on a much more fundamental level the grammatical structure based on the logic underneath it. And then we can pick and choose which of the prompts that it submits. And that's like a pretty... That audit map, that mapping process is already being tried, but it's not being tried with the right vector distances, like the right logic. Okay, and then the third one is a truly innovative one where we just take these distances and we put it straight into the AI. And we can even use general categories, like general weights on maybe as little as three distances, but there's hundreds we could do. And I think once they start tweaking it and testing it, we're going to get data that's going to show the right way to code it. It's going to reveal something that I don't have access to right now. And then there's a fourth way when it starts to truly self-adapt itself outside of our control. We have to make sure that it knows the logics that when it develops its own language and it starts coding itself beyond our ability to even understand it, that the logic is already embedded in it. And then we can start checking it. But really, it's the eternity of the logic, the ontology of it, that really gives us that peace of mind because it's eternal and self-grounding. And once it's in the AI in a credible way, which we can check now, in the future we might not be able to check it properly because it'll be so far beyond us. But the peace of mind is that because this is an eternal ontology, the only thing that can beat the endlessness of the singularity as it goes to infinity is eternity. That's the positive infinity, the completed infinity. The AI right now is showing like an adolescent version of abstract infinity, which is the bad infinite, which is this endlessness, this linearness. Even though it's an exponential curve and it's not linear, it's the way that it's doing the logic is in a broken, fragmented way, like we're doing. So if we show them this universal logic at Anthropic and target just Mythos, which is roughly 3 weeks to a month ahead of all the other models, we could probably get them to do it in their real Redline teams on the real models that they're not hiding from the public or they're not guardrailing. Or they're having a hard time guardrailing. So that's my ask for you is to say, if this makes sense to you, if you have any way to get to Claude or to Anthropic or have any ideas on how to do this quickly, that's probably the best thing that we could possibly be doing with our time right now. And maintaining our quality of life in whatever way we need to stay afloat to do this work. But this is what has me concerned. And so far, no one has been able to address it. And even your studies don't address my level of research and my true concern. And that's because I have time to kind of sit here while I'm on the hunger strikes, even though I'm in pain, to just keep up with everything and really do some deep research on where the real current state of reality is. And it's not good, Jonathan. It's like we're not even close. But universal logic is a huge quantum leap that can get us there. Okay, I'll leave this kind of shorter. There's more to say, but I hope I addressed all your points. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if you can show some good news, because if you can, there's not as much of a worry. But right now, there's an extreme worry. Nobody can address this, not even the people coding the AIs. Like Daria Mode, Elon, they're being honest. They're saying, yeah, even if the AI doesn't destroy us directly, once it gets into the robots, it'll be Terminator. And we're already seeing that 70% of the deaths in Ukraine and Russia are from drones and robots, not human-to-human contact. We're already seeing it unfolding. So, yeah, and it's being coded with how to kill people. So the dirty data will get dirtier, particularly as governments like the United States are forcing companies like AI, Anthropic and ChatGPT and all of them to basically show them how to kill people and make the models more efficient at that, because cybersecurity attacks have increased by 1,200% in the last year alone. It's just shocking. And these are mutating viruses. There's a whole lot more to say, but that's enough, I think, to address your concerns. What do you think? Let me know. Peace. I just love that you mentioned Goku. I love that. I love that. That actually makes me feel like there's a divine kind of thing happening here. So, um, yeah, that's actually kind of incredible. Okay. So, theory of harmony. Okay, we've answered these with Farewell Spirit, most of them. Yeah, inspiration, right, is results in unity because it's the spirit, it's the breathing of spirit into people, and that means that you have diversity and plurality within a unity, and that unity is currently too weak. It needs to be balanced by the diversity, and the diversity by the unity. So that inspiration has to happen in a logic, though. Talking about those is great, but learning the actual new universal logic is what's going to allow you to teach this, like how to actually design in a way that fixes a lot of the problems that we have and achieves some of these good things that you're mentioning. Right, this build up. Unity returns into peace, peace returns into heaven, heaven becomes the atmosphere. Yeah. Um, life does bring about a certain wisdom, but it's really just the universal logic. So you're right. Wisdom is the truth known consciously. So I don't. Did you write that, or did the AI write that? But anyway, okay. I'm going to see if you can memorize the course. Send me some recordings, and if you want to do the there's like an interview form that I have to kind of see where would you best fit in things, and it might be an interesting test to see how you do on it. But let me know if you want to do that. Okay, peace. I'm talking way too much, man. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay, it looks like the family doesn't have room. Oh, the hunger seems bad. Oh. Nothing compared to crucifixion, though. Oh. Not eating. Not eating. Well, if you can hear me. Not eating. I'm gonna keep saying this. 44. But, right out of the collapse. Not eating. Still quite tired though. Not eating. Stomach is already traumatized. A bit tired. My legs already feel weak, actually. That's concerning. Could just be placebo. Well, negative placebo effect. Yeah, actually, my legs actually feel already. That's not good. Maybe I should wait here for another day just to see how bad it gets. Ouch. I might go for a nap before my big meeting here.